Welcome to a tale that unfolds in the stillness, when the world outside your window is a canvas of deep blues and silvers. It is a story not of unblemished victory, for such things are rare in these lands between, but of a profound and enduring will, a will that blooms even in decay. Tonight, we drift into the haunting and beautiful legacy of the lands between, to a place where golden light once faltered and gave way to a different, more terrible kind of radiance. We will contemplate the saga of Malenia, blade of Miquella, and the scarlet flower that defines her. We will walk through the echoes of her battles, not with the clamor of steel, but with the quiet reverence one holds for a monument slowly being reclaimed by nature. Let the distant hum of seaweeds rot, the whisper of petals in the Haligtree, and the solemn vow between twins become the backdrop for rest. Settle in and let the story carry you into softer thoughts. If these quiet explorations of myth and meaning bring you peace, you are always welcome to follow along with this channel, to have these stories waiting for you whenever the night grows deep and still. Imagine first not a battlefield, but a cradle bathed in a light so pervasive, so total, that it felt less like illumination and more like a gentle, inescapable pressure. This was the Tree's grace, in an age when its golden sap still flowed with the certainty of law, when the very air of Leyndell, capital of the Golden Order, seemed thick with sanctity and power. The city itself was a symphony in gold and stone, its ramparts catching the eternal twilight of the Tree's glow, its walkways polished by the feet of countless faithful. Here, in the heart of divine rule, under the watchful gaze of Queen Marika, the Eternal, 2 children were born. They were born of a union that was itself a mystery. Marika and her other self, the stalwart champion Radagon, a convergence that spoke of a will seeking its own perfect, closed circle. And from this paradoxical union emerged twins, Malenia and Miquella, destined from their first breath to be Empyreans. To be an Empyrean was to be chosen as a potential successor to a god, a vessel for a new age. It was a title of immense weight, a crown of thorns woven from destiny itself. The Golden Order, that intricate and rigid system of belief, looked upon them with a mixture of awe and cold calculation. They were the future, but a future that had to be shaped, pruned, and perfected to fit the contours of established dogma. Yet, from the very beginning, a shadow lay upon their gilded cradle, a flaw in the divine metal. For each was cursed, their Empyrean status marked not by pristine perfection, but by a profound and fundamental rejection of the Order's ideals. Miquella, the elder, was cursed with eternal childhood. His body would never know the stretch of years, never grow into the stature of a lord or a god. He remained forever a boy of golden hair and ancient eyes, a mind of boundless, terrifying wisdom trapped in a form that invited pity and perhaps underestimation. His was a prison of perpetual dawn, a sunrise that promised a day which would never fully arrive. And Malenia was cursed with the scarlet rot. From her earliest moments, it was there, a whisper in her blood, a slow, insistent corrosion that sought to unmake her from within. It was not a simple sickness. It was a presence, a consciousness that slumbered in her marrow. The golden light of the Erd-tree, which promised healing and renewal to all, could not touch this corruption. It was alien, a theology of decay written in a language the Golden Order did not, or would not, comprehend. For her, the gilded halls of the capital were not a home, but a gallery of mirrors, each reflecting a body that was perpetually at war with itself. The other children of divinity, like the fierce Morgoth or the radiant Radon, embodied aspects of the Golden Order's strength. But Malenia and Miquella embodied its failures, its unanswerable questions. They were living proof that even at the heart of divine perfection, something could go terribly, beautifully wrong. In this atmosphere of sacred expectation and silent judgment, the bond between the twins was forged. It was not merely the bond of siblings, but of fellow prisoners in a gilded cage, of two souls who saw in each other a reflection of their own exquisite pain. Miquella, with his mind that soared over eons, looked at his sister and saw not a cursed being, but a person suffering under the tyranny of an outer will. Malenia, in turn, looked at her brother and saw not a stunted child, but the only intellect brilliant enough, the only will compassionate enough to truly see her. While the court might have whispered of their afflictions as divine punishment or tragic flaws, the twins constructed their own private cosmology, a universe of two. He became her reason, she became his strength. His endless childhood meant he had an eternity to study, to seek a cure, to dream of a world beyond the golden stagnation. Her relentless decay meant every moment was precious, every second a battle to be present, to be his blade, before the rot could claim another fragment of her. Their love was the quiet, unshakable foundation upon which empires of defiance would later be built. In the shadow of the Erd-tree, they were outliers, but together they were a complete world. It was Miquella who first understood that their salvation would not come from the Erd-tree, but from something crafted outside its light. He perceived the Golden Order as a closed system, brilliant but ultimately stagnant, incapable of addressing flaws it did not acknowledge. His own eternal youth was a mockery of the Erd-tree's promise of cyclical death and rebirth. Malenia's rot was a heresy it could only seek to quarantine or destroy. So, with a mind that blended a child's boundless curiosity with a sage's profound insight, he turned away from the gold of the gods. He sought a different purity. He began to craft unalloyed gold. This was not the gold of the Erd-tree, sanctified by doctrine and ritual. This was gold refined to its essential nature, gold stripped of divine influence, gold that represented a perfect, incorruptible ideal. It was metal as philosophy. His great work, his life's purpose, became the crafting of a needle, the unalloyed gold needle, a device of sublime delicacy and power designed to ward off the influence of outer gods. It was, in his mind, the key. It could halt the progression of the scarlet rot within Malenia, staving off the god that sought to claim her. And perhaps, in time, it could also unravel the curse that bound him to a child's form. This needle was more than a tool, it was a promise, a physical manifestation of his vow to his sister. But a sanctuary was needed, a place where this work could proceed, where those spurned by the golden order could find solace. Thus was born the dream of the Haligtree. If the Erd-tree was the axis of a mandatory grace, the Haligtree would be a refuge for grace denied. Miquella, with his profound connection to cycles of growth and stasis, undertook the most audacious act of cultivation imaginable. He embedded himself within the roots of a great withered tree, offering his own blood, his own essence, as a sacrament to nourish a new beginning. It was an act of supreme vulnerability and faith, a god potential, making himself a seed. And from this sacrifice, the Haligtree began to grow, not in the blazing gold of Lanedell, but in a softer, silvered light, in the hidden, frozen reaches of the consecrated snowfield. This tree was his body, his will made manifest in bark and sap. It grew as a testament to a different kind of order, one based not on exclusionary dogma, but on compassionate shelter. To its roots came the misbegotten, creatures born of flawed crucible energies, the albinorix, artificial beings denied grace, all those who had no place under the Erd-tree's boughs. They came as pilgrims to a promised land, their faith placed not in a distant, perfect queen, but in a compassionate, sleeping boy. And Malenia, she became the Haligtree's living vow. While Miquella slept and dreamed his tree into existence, she stood watch. She was its swan protector, its blade. Her title, Blade of Miquella, was not a subordinate designation, but a sacred symbiosis. She was the active, martial expression of his passive, nurturing dream. Every enemy turned away from its gates, every threat met and dismantled, was a prayer for his success, an act of devotion that watered the roots of the Haligtree as surely as his own blood. Her presence there was a constant, stoic reminder of the tree's purpose. Here, even the most cursed could find a place to stand. She, the embodiment of a terrifying, world-scarring plague, was the guardian of a sanctuary. In her stillness by the tree, one could see the entire paradox of their endeavor. The defender is the one most in need of defense. The embodiment of decay is the protector of a fragile, growing hope. The Haligtree was their shared heart, a second Erd-tree born not from conquest, but from a brother's love for his sister, and a sister's unwavering faith in her brother. To understand Malenia, one must not shy from the horror of what she contained. The scarlet rot is not a mere disease of the flesh. It is a cosmology of putrefaction, a rival order to the Golden One. Its origins are whispered to lie with an outer god, a being of primordial decay that exists somewhere in the fathomless dark between stars, a counterpart to the greater will that guided the Golden Order. This god does not speak in words, but in processes, in the relentless breakdown of complex life into fertile, choking base matter, in the beautiful, terrifying bloom of fungi and pestilence. It is creation through unmaking. and it chose Malenia, or perhaps was always within her, as its vessel. Her body was the battlefield, and the war was a slow, inevitable retreat. The rot consumed from within, claiming her limbs, her skin, her very substance, replacing it with the vibrant, feverish bloom of decay. The golden prosthetics she wore were not just replacements for lost flesh. They were bulwarks, dam walls holding back an inner sea of corruption. The psychological toll of this containment is a silence louder than any battle cry. To host a god is one thing. To host a god of decay is to live with the constant knowledge that your own existence is the instrument of its manifestation. Every moment of consciousness was an act of will against an inner tide. Her titles trace the arc of this internal struggle. Blade of Miquella is the identity she chose, the self she forged in defiance of the rot, weaponizing her will into a focus so sharp it could cut destiny itself. It is the name of her love and her loyalty. But Goddess of Rot is the identity that waited in the depths, the destiny imposed upon her. To become the goddess would be to surrender, to let the bloom within her consume the blade she had honed, to allow the outer god's will to finally flower through her completely. The rot's progression was thus a tragic parallel to her life. A beautiful, vibrant fighter slowly being reclaimed by a force of nature, her brilliant swordsmanship and stoic dignity existing in a perpetual, losing race against the dissolution of her very form. The Scarlet Bloom was both her ultimate weapon and her ultimate defeat. This inner conflict shaped her every movement, giving rise to a martial philosophy that was less about warfare and more about a sublime, tragic art form. Deprived of her natural limbs by the rot, she turned limitation into a devastating aesthetic. Her prosthetic arms, crafted from unalloyed gold by Miquella, were not clumsy tools. They were extensions of her will, lighter and more precise than flesh ever could be. They allowed for movements impossible for a human body, rotations of blinding speed, strikes that began from angles no opponent could anticipate. Her swordsmanship became a dance, a fluid, mesmerizing series of motions designed to end conflicts with breathtaking efficiency. It was warfare refined to a poetic principle. To move with the grace of falling water, to strike with the suddenness of a snapping petal, to be everywhere at once like a scattering of seeds on the wind. The apex of this philosophy, its most beautiful and terrifying expression, was the waterfall dance. To witness, it was not to see a military technique, but to observe a natural disaster rendered as performance. It began with a moment of impossible stillness, as if she were drawing the very atmosphere into her core. Then she would ascend, not with the crude force of a jump, but with the lightness of a thistle seed caught in an updraft. And then the descent, a whirlwind of slashing gold, a frenzy of motion so dense and intricate it seemed to tear the fabric of the air itself. She became less a warrior and more a phenomenon, a localized storm of petal-like cuts. The name itself, waterfall dance, speaks to its paradoxical nature. It evokes the gentle, skittering movement of birds on a lake's surface, a thing of delicate beauty. Yet its result was absolute annihilation. This was the essence of Malenia as a warrior, a thing of rot and ruin, moving with a beauty that broke the heart, a dance that was both her masterpiece and a prelude to the grotesque bloom that lay dormant within her. Every graceful spin, every fluid lunge, was a defiance of the creeping stiffness the rot sought to impose. She fought not just against her enemies, but against the very entropy that defined her blade a silver flash against the encroaching scarlet dark. Her identity as the blade was inextricably woven with her love for Miquella. Each parry, each victory, was a stanza in a poem dedicated to him. She fought to create a world where his dream could take root, to buy with steel the time his genius needed to find their cure. In the solitude of the Haligtree or on the march, her thoughts were likely not of glory or conquest, but of a quiet chamber where a brother slept, of a needle's delicate point poised against an infinite, outer darkness. Her will was unalloyed, as pure as the gold of her prosthetics, because it was directed toward a single, selfless purpose. She was his will in motion, his dream given a sharp and cutting edge. To face Malenia was not merely to face a skilled fighter. It was to confront the physical manifestation of a bond so profound it could alter the fate of continents. A love that chose to manifest not in whispers, but in the singing of a blade through the air, in the relentless, beautiful dance that held the world and the rot at bay. The silence of the Haligtree was a different texture than the silence of Lanedell. In the capital, silence was a held breath, the quiet of a court waiting for a pronouncement, of dogma so firmly established it needed no discussion. It was a heavy, gilded quiet, but in the halls and root chambers of the Haligtree, silence was a living thing. It was the soft hush of snow settling on crystalline branches outside, the distant, almost melodic drip of sap within the heartwood, the gentle rustle of misbegotten caretakers moving on padded feet through the lower boughs. This was a silence of growth, of deep and patient dreaming. And at the center of it all, in the innermost sanctuary where the air smelled of cold incense and ancient, sweet resin, Malenia kept her vigil. She did not sit upon a throne, for thrones were symbols of a rule she did not claim. Instead, she stood, or sometimes knelt, in a chamber where the roots of the great tree formed a natural cathedral, their pale wood glowing with a faint, inner luminescence like captured moonlight. Here, encased in the heart of her brother's greatest creation, she was both guardian and supplicant. Her posture was one of eternal readiness, yet it was devoid of tension. The golden prosthetics, so lethal in motion, were utterly still, their surfaces catching the dim light in long, liquid streaks. Her remaining flesh, what was left of it, was wrapped in clean, simple linens, a stark contrast to the ornate, Baroque armor of the capital's champions. She was a study in minimalism amidst organic grandeur. Her gaze, when she opened her eyes the color of a twilight sky seen through a veil of mist, was rarely on the entrance. It was often turned inward, toward the place where the great roots converged and delved deepest into the earth. There, embedded within the living wood, was the cocoon, a sacred, swollen node of bark and hardened sap, pulsating with a slow, rhythmic light. Within it, Miquella slept. His slumber was not the sleep of rest, but of profound engagement. He was communing with the Haligtree, guiding its growth with the subtlety of a dreamer shaping a lucid dream, his boundless mind woven into the mycelial networks, the flow of sap, the very perception of the pilgrims who sought shelter in its boughs. To Malenia, this silent chamber was the axis of the world. Every sensation from the far reaches of the Haligtree, the scrape of a climber's hand on bark, the whispered prayer of an albinoric in a lower chapel, the chill wind testing the northern boughs, all of it filtered through her awareness, a constant, quiet hum beneath her primary focus. The cocoon and the slow, stubborn war against the thing that slept in her own blood. The rot was quieter here, but never silent. The unalloyed gold needle, Miquella's masterwork, was embedded in her flesh, a point of cool, precise resistance in the fevered landscape of her body. It was not a cure. It was a dam, a lodestone repelling the influence of the outer god. She could feel its presence as a point of crystalline clarity amidst the creeping, swirling fog of the scarlet rot's consciousness. The rot dreamed, and its dreams were of blossoming. They were sensory impressions without language, the feeling of damp soil giving way to a million fibrous threads, the explosive release of spores into a stagnant air, the beautiful, terrifying moment when vibrant life overripens, softens, and becomes a feast for simpler, hungrier things. These dreams lapped against the shores of her mind, promising an end to struggle, a surrender that would be not a defeat, but a transformation into something vast, something that would spread across the lands like a new and terrible season. The needle held these tides at bay, but the pressure was constant, a whisper that used her own blood as its voice. It spoke of the relief of letting go, of the power that awaited if she would only stop fighting, if she would allow the flower within her to finally, fully bloom. Her resistance was not a violent, clenched fist defiance. It was a deeper, more fundamental stance, as innate as a tree's roots seeking bedrock. It was the stance of the blade. When the whispers grew loud, she would turn her mind not to thoughts of battle, but to memories of a smaller, quieter kind. The feel of Miquella's hand in hers when they were children in Lanedell, his fingers small and warm, a stark contrast to the first, frightening numbness that had begun to claim her own. The sound of his voice, not as the revered demigod or the genius sage, but as her brother, explaining a complex principle of unalloyed metallurgy with the simple, patient clarity he reserved only for her. The sight of his face, lit by the glow of his first successful forging of the gold, a look of pure, childlike triumph that for a moment made him seem his apparent age. These memories were her true needle. They anchored her to a self that existed before and beyond the rot. They defined the her that the rot sought to erase. To surrender would be to betray those memories, to make a lie of that shared, silent language that had grown between them in the gilded shadows of their youth. So she stood, she listened to the snow. She felt the Haligtree grow inch by patient inch, and she waited. This long vigil shaped the very atmosphere of the Haligtree's upper reaches. The knights who served her, the clean-wrought knights, were reflections of this duality. They were not chosen for unblemished strength, but for a different kind of purity, an unwavering loyalty, a willingness to stand alongside cursed nobility. Their own armor, ornate and functional, was often pitted and scarred, not from battle neglect, but from exposure to the aura of their commander. Some bore faint, graceful patterns of fungal growth on their pauldrons, or had gauntlets permanently stained a delicate, rusty red. They did not shun these marks. They wore them as badges of honor, testament to their proximity to the blade that guarded their hope. Their presence in the halls was ghostly, their movements silent, their communication often a series of subtle hand gestures and shared glances. They understood they guarded not just a person, but a principle, the principle that even from profound corruption, a steadfast will could be born. In their silent patrols, one could see the echo of Malenia's own stillness. They were the human expression of the Haligtree's promise, a place where the flawed could be steadfast, where the decaying could be devoted. Yet, a sanctuary, no matter how hidden, cannot exist in absolute isolation. The lands between were crumbling. The shattering had unleashed a chaos of conflicting ambitions, and the light of the Erdtree was growing dim, erratic. The great runes of the demigods pulsed with their own isolated power, drawing champions and invaders like moths to disparate flames. The Haligtree, as a beacon for the outcast, was also a target. It represented a rival order, a different truth, and in times of war, alternative truths are often seen as the most dire threats. Rumors of Miquella's slumber, of his potential to become a god of a new age, filtered out through the snowfields. They spoke of a power that was not derived from conquest or legacy, but from empathy and cultivation. To the other demigods, embroiled in their own grandiose struggles, this might have seemed a passive, almost pathetic ambition. But to the more perceptive, like the calculating Moog or the ever-vigilant Morgoth, it represented a different kind of danger. A danger that grew in silence, that won loyalty not through fear, but through the offering of solace. The Haligtree's very existence was a quiet rebuttal to their own claims of supremacy. It was this looming threat, this inevitable pull of the wider world's chaos, that would eventually call the blade from her vigil. The call did not come as a shouted warning or a blast of war horns. It came as a subtle shift in the currents of fate, a tension in the air that even the deep snows could not muffle. It was the distant, gathering thunder of a challenge so monumental it could not be ignored. For Malenia, to leave the Haligtree was to tear herself from the epicenter of her being. It meant stepping away from the cocoon, from the whispering roots, from the silent nights who were an extension of her will. It meant venturing back into a world that saw her only as a cursed Empyrean, a weapon, or a vessel of plague. It meant risking the fragile equilibrium maintained by the needle, for battle stirred the blood, and stirred blood called to the rot. But a threat to the lands between, a threat of sufficient scale, was ultimately a threat to Miquella's dream. A world consumed by mindless strife was no world for a Haligtree to take root. And so, when the call came, a call embodied in the titanic, gravitational defiance of her half-brother, star-scoured Radon, she made her choice. The blade would unsheath itself. The guardian would become the expeditionary force. The silent watcher in the snow would walk into the scorching, blighted plains of Seaweed, and in doing so would step onto the stage of history, not as a princess in a sanctuary, but as a force of nature compelled to answer a force of the cosmos. The journey from the consecrated snowfield to Seaweed was a descent through layers of reality. It was a moving from a world of hushed, silvered potential into one of brutal, realized conflict. She did not lead a vast, roaring army. Her clean-wrought knights marched in their characteristic, disciplined silence, a column of tarnished gold and muted scarlet against the bleak landscapes. There were no songs, no shouted orders, only the soft crunch of snow giving way to mud, then to dry, cracked earth. As they traveled, the very air changed. The clean, cold scent of pine and ice was replaced by the metallic tang of impending storm, then by the dry, dusty smell of decay and ancient magic. One can imagine Malenia during this march, a figure of serene, terrible focus. Her senses, so attuned to the subtle health of the Haligtree, would have been assaulted by the growing dissonance of the world. She would have felt the wrongness in the soil, the sickness in the ley lines, the colossal, stubborn power radiating from the south like a malignant star. She was walking toward the embodiment of everything her brother's philosophy opposed. A power that sought to dominate, to hold things in stasis through sheer, overwhelming force. A power that pinned the very stars in their courses, refusing the natural flow of time and fate that Miquella's cycles embraced. And then, Seaweed. To call it a battlefield is to diminish its reality. It was a landscape that had been philosophically disagreed upon to the point of physical catastrophe. Radon's gravitational magic, a celebration of colossal strength and cosmic order, had clashed with other powers, warping the earth, suspraining rubble in midair, creating zones of crushing, unnatural weight. The sky was a perpetual, bruised twilight, stained by magic and dust. The ground was a cracked, red ruin. And into this walked Malenia and her knights, a pocket of silent, purposeful order entering a realm of magnificent, stalled chaos. The confrontation with Radon was not a matter of personal animosity. There is no tale of a bitter childhood rivalry, of stolen toys or harsh words in the Lindell Gardens. This was something far grander and far more tragic. It was the collision of two absolute, irreconcilable truths. Radon's truth was one of glorious, unwavering strength. He had learned gravitational magic to continue riding his beloved, scrawny horse, Leonard, a touch of profound, childish loyalty that had grown into a power to halt stars. He was a warrior who celebrated the physical cosmos, who sought to conquer even fate's downward pull. He was the Golden Order's ideal champion in a way, unsubtle, magnificent, holding the line against chaos through sheer, monumental will. Malenia's truth was the truth of the outcast, the flawed, the quietly persistent. It was the truth that sometimes, to protect something tender, one must become utterly sharp. That true strength could be found not in dominating nature, but in enduring its cruelest afflictions with grace. That love for a single, sleeping brother could be a more potent motivator than the desire for an empire. They were opposites. Radon was the mountain, immovable, scraping the sky. Malenia was the river, patient, wearing away stone, finding every crack. He was the glorious public hero. She was the private, stoic guardian. Their battle, therefore, was less a fight for territory or a great rune, and more a catastrophic debate made flesh. It was the Golden Order's ideal of power meeting the Haligtree's ideal of sacrifice. It was stasis meeting adaptation, conquest meeting preservation. The early phases of their conflict would have been a spectacle of unimaginable scale. Radon, a colossus atop his small, loyal steed, wielding great swords like a god of war, commanding the very battlefield with pulses of gravity that could flatten hills. Against him, Malenia would have been a darting, golden spectre. Her size would have been a disadvantage turned into a lethal asset. Where Radon's blows carried the weight of continents, meant to crush and overwhelm, Malenia's were surgical, precise, seeking the minute gaps in his legendary armor, the slight delays between his colossal movements. She would have flowed around him like water around a boulder, her waterfall dance not yet unleashed, but her every movement a prelude to it, a feint that became a slash, a deflection that spiraled into a thrust, a leap that turned into a rain of blows from above. The Cleanrot Knights would have engaged Radon's own forces, the clash of their solemn, focused warfare against the frenzied, celebratory brutality of the Redmanes. The air would have been thick with the smell of ozone from gravitational ruptures, the coppery scent of blood, and the dry, red dust of seaweed. But against Radon's cosmic endurance, even Malenia's peerless skill found its limit. He was a fortress. His gravitational aura protected him, slowing her blinding assaults, turning her fluid dances into trudging efforts. His own strikes, though she could parry and evade them with preternatural grace, carried such force that a single, glancing blow could shatter the earth for yards around, creating pitfalls and shockwaves she had to account for. The battle stretched, an exhausting war of attrition. The rot within her, agitated by the relentless expenditure of will and motion, stirred. The needle held, but the pressure built, a rising heat in her veins, a whisper growing to a murmur. She could feel the dam straining. To lose here was not an option. To fall would mean the end of Miquella's dream, the exposure of the Haligtree, the surrender of their hard-won sanctuary. Radon, in his magnificent, unthinking defiance, was not just an enemy. He was an obstacle placed by the world itself against the future she and her brother had dreamed into being. And so, faced with the immovable object, the unstoppable force had to transform. The blade had to consider becoming, for a moment, the bloom. It was the ultimate sacrifice, the betrayal of her lifelong struggle to contain the very thing she now contemplated unleashing. To do so would be to accept the title of goddess, if only for a cataclysmic instant. It would be to let the outer gods will flow through her, to use her body as the conduit for a power that was not hers, a power that promised only endless, fertile decay. One can only imagine the calculus of that moment. The sight of her knights being slowly ground down by Radon's relentless forces. The feeling of her own strength, however vast, finally meeting its match. And beneath it all, the image of the cocoon in the silent snow, the sleeping face of her brother, the fragile, growing hope of the Haligtree. Her love for him had always been the core of her will. Now, that same love demanded she risk becoming the thing she hated most. The first Scarlet Bloom was not a decision made in rage or desperation, but with a solemn, tragic clarity. It would have been preceded by a retreat, a gathering of herself. Perhaps she disengaged, leaping back to a precarious perch on suspended rubble, the relentless winds of seaweed whipping at her cloak. Her clean-wrought knights, sensing the shift, would have pulled back, a silent, disciplined withdrawal that spoke of a dreaded, prearranged protocol. There, standing before the advancing Titan, Malenia would have done the unthinkable. She would have lowered her guard. She would have turned her focus inward, not to resist the rot, but to consciously, deliberately, relax the will that had held it back for a lifetime. She would have reached for the unalloyed gold needle not to reinforce it, but to momentarily bypass its principles. It was the martial artist's ultimate technique, using the opponent's own force to destroy them. Here she would use the world's rejection, the outer god's relentless pressure, as her weapon. The transformation would have begun subtly. A warmth, then a heat, radiating from her core, not painful but profoundly alien. A feeling of immense, pent-up potential finally finding a release valve. The golden prosthetics might have seemed to glow from within, not with their usual metallic sheen, but with a feverish, reddish light. Then, the flowers. They would not have grown from the ground, but from her, from the joints of her prosthetics, from the seams of her wrappings, from her very paws. Not the delicate, deadly blossoms of her later rot, but great, fleshy, vibrant petals of scarlet and gold, erupting in a silent, rapid burst of growth. The air around her would have grown thick and sweet with a cloying, narcotic scent, the smell of overripe fruit and rich, wet earth. Finally, the bloom itself. At her heart, a colossal, pulsating flower would have unfolded, a thing of horrific beauty, its central stamen glowing with a baleful, divine light. This was not Malenia anymore. This was the goddess of rot, making her first, catastrophic appearance in the physical world. The release of energy was not an explosion, but an expansion. A wave of shimmering, scarlet light, visible as a ripple in the very fabric of the air, pulsed outwards from her. Where it passed, reality itself seemed to soften, to ferment. The hard-baked earth of seaweed sprouted fungal towers and veils of moss in an instant. Radon's gravitational fields warped and bubbled like heated oil. The great general himself, caught in the heart of the bloom, would have experienced not a wound, but a transformation. The scarlet rot did not seek to pierce his legendary armor or shatter his bones. It sought to rewrite him. It was a conversion, not a destruction. The wave of shimmering decay would have passed over him like a tide, and where it touched, his immense, cosmic strength meant nothing. The rot is a great equalizer, a democracy of decay where the mighty and the meek alike return to the same fertile base. His flesh, once inviolable, would have bloomed. Great fungal shelves would have erupted from his back, vibrant crimson moss would have carpeted his limbs. His proud lion's mane becoming a nest for phosphorescent spores. The very essence of Radon, the conqueror of stars, was invaded by a biology of putrefaction. His mind, once focused on gravitational equations and the joys of battle, would have been flooded with the single, all-consuming imperative of the rot. To spread, to bloom, to unmake. The great general was brought low, not by a blade, but by a blossoming. He became a monument to his own defeat, a walking ecosystem of decay, his roars of challenge now reduced to mindless, bestial bellows of endless hunger. And Malenia, in the eye of that catastrophic bloom, she experienced not triumph, but a profound and total unraveling. To unleash the rot was to let it taste freedom, and in that moment, the outer god's consciousness surged through her, a tsunami of alien will. The world did not go dark, it became unbearably, vibrantly alive in the worst way. She could feel every spore she released as an extension of her own senses, could feel them settling on the cracked earth, taking root, beginning their rapid, grotesque cycle of growth, death, and regrowth. She could feel Radon's magnificent spirit being drowned in the syrup of decay, could feel the very land of seaweed groaning as its fundamental nature was altered. And she could feel the rot within her, no longer a prisoner, but a partner, coiling through her veins with a possessive, terrifying affection. The unalloyed gold needle, that symbol of her brother's love and genius, was overwhelmed. Its precise, repelling geometry was flooded by a power that operated on an entirely different principle, not repulsion, but assimilation. The bloom could not be sustained. Such an outpouring of an outer god's power through a mortal vessel, even an Empyrean vessel, is not a state of being, but an event. The colossal flower at her core pulsed with a final, blinding radiance, then began to wither, its vibrant petals curling in on themselves, turning to dust that drifted on the now-tainted wind. The energy receded, pulling back into her body like a collapsing star. The aftermath was a silence more profound than any that had preceded the battle. The clangor of war was gone. The red-maned soldiers, those not transformed or fled, were stunned into stillness. The clean-wrought knights stood amid the newly sprouted fungal forests, their armor now speckled with permanent, delicate blossoms of scarlet. And at the center of it all, Malenia fell. It was not a dramatic collapse, but a slow, graceful folding in on herself, like a flower closing at night. She knelt, then slumped forward, one golden prosthetic arm digging into the softened, blooming earth for support. The consciousness that returned to her was her own, but it was a consciousness returning to a house that had been forever altered. The dam was breached. The needle, while still physically embedded, had been metaphysically compromised. The rot was no longer a whisper in the basement of her soul. It had taken rooms on the main floor. Its presence was now a constant, low-grade hum in her perception, a second layer of reality superimposed over the first. She could see the world as it was, and also as it could be, a beautiful, terrible tapestry of decay, every stone, every corpse, every living thing pregnant with the potential to burst into glorious, putrid flower. And with this new sense came a crushing, hollow exhaustion. The victory was Pyrrhic in the most literal sense. She had stopped Radon, had shattered his army and his mind, but she had done so by becoming the very thing she and Miquella had vowed to defeat. She had watered the earth of Seaweed not with hope, but with a curse, creating the very blight that would give the region its new, terrible name. The Scarlet Rot of Seaweed. Her knights gathered around her, not with cheers, but with a solemn, grieving silence. They helped her to her feet. Her body felt both heavier and more fragile, as if the bloom had hollowed her out and filled her with something dense and foreign. The journey back to the Haligtree was a funeral march in reverse. They retraced their steps through the now irrevocably changed landscape of southern Seaweed, a land that wept with strange sap and hummed with insectile life. The Cleanrot Knights bore the evidence of her transformation on their own armor, their once pristine gold now etched with organic, swirling patterns of rust and growth. They did not speak of it. Their loyalty was not to an unblemished champion, but to the will she embodied, and that will, though tested, remained. She was still the blade of Miquella, but she was now, undeniably, also the vessel of the goddess. The return to the consecrated snowfield was a shock to the system. The clean, cold air, which had once been a relief, now felt thin and insufficient, like trying to breathe in a world rendered in pastels after experiencing the violent, saturated colors of the rot. The Haligtree, when its silvered boughs came into view, seemed both achingly familiar and impossibly distant. It was a monument to purity, and she now carried within her the ultimate impurity. As she ascended through its roots and into the heart chamber, the silence felt accusatory. The gentle luminescence of the roots seemed to shy away from her. She approached the cocoon, and for the first time one wonders if she felt unworthy. Her vigil had been broken, and she had broken it with an act that defiled the very principle of their sanctuary. She had used the power of an outer god, the very type of influence Miquella's unalloyed gold was created to ward against, to secure that sanctuary's safety. The irony was a cold stone in her gut. She resumed her position, the familiar stance of the guardian, but everything was different. The rot's whispers were now a constant, sibilant conversation in her mind. The memory of the bloom was not a memory of power, but a violation she had willingly invited. Her love for Miquella, once a clear, guiding star, was now tangled with shame. Had she preserved his dream, or had she tainted it with her method? The battle with Radon had solved an immediate, external threat, but it had ignited an internal one of far greater magnitude. The scarlet rot was no longer a dormant potential. It was an active, hungry presence, forever tasting the memory of its release. The needle's work was now not prevention, but desperate containment of a force that had already tasted the open air. And so the vigil continued, but its nature had deepened into a more profound and desperate struggle. Before, she had been holding a line. Now, she was managing a siege from within. Each moment was an exercise in holding a fractured self together. She would focus on the slow pulse of light within Miquella's cocoon, using it as a metronome for her own sanity. She would listen to the distant, harmless sounds of life in the Haligtree, the soft chimes of crystals in the wind, the murmured prayers of an albinoric far below, and try to hear them as they were, not through the filter of the rot's perception, which translated all life into a blueprint for its own proliferation. The physical toll was greater, too. The parts of her that were still flesh ached with a deep, biological loneliness, as if her own cells mourned their impending, inevitable conversion. The golden prosthetics felt less like extensions and more like cages, beautiful prisons holding a crumbling form together. Yet, within this new, more terrible equilibrium, the core of her will remain, hardened in the fire of her failure. She was still the blade. The title was not rescinded, it was reforged in a darker crucible. If before her purpose was to protect Miquella's dream from the world, now it was also to protect it from herself. Every second she held the rot at bay was a second longer for the Haligtree to grow, for the pilgrims to find solace, for Miquella's slumber to perhaps, eventually, yield an answer. Her existence became the ultimate act of penance and devotion. She was the locked door, and she was also the monster chained behind it. The love that had driven her to Sealead was the same love that now kept her rooted to this spot, a stoic, decaying sentinel against the thing she carried. Time in the lands between is a convoluted, wounded thing. It may have been years or centuries or mere moments of distorted perception that Malenia stood her second, more desperate vigil. The Haligtree grew, its roots digging deeper, its branches reaching higher, a testament to Miquella's enduring will. The sanctuary thrived, a bustling, quiet city of the Forsaken nestled in the snow and bark. And the legend of the battle in Sealead spread, warping in the telling. Some spoke of Malenia as a ruthless, plague-bearing witch who had poisoned a hero. Others, perhaps those with sympathy for the outcast, whispered of a tragic warrior who had sacrificed her own purity to halt a tyrant of the stars. But in the heart chamber, there were no legends, only the slow, silent war between a woman's love and a god's hunger. This tense, sacred stasis could not last forever. The shattering had left the world in a state of unresolved tension, a cord left hanging. The greater will, or the remnants of its order, still sought a consolidation, a new Elden Lord to mend the broken circle. And other, more predatory forces stirred in the shadows, drawn by the scent of vulnerable divinity. The Haligtree, for all its isolation, was a lighthouse in the spiritual storm, and its light attracted more than just the shipwrecked. It attracted sharks. The most profound violation was not to come from a grand army at the gates, nor from a rival demigod's challenge. It was to come from below, from the deep, forgotten places of the world, where another outer god, one of blood and perverse communion, had been whispering its own promises. This god had found a willing, ambitious vessel in Moog, the Lord of Blood, an omen brother spurned and hidden away, who had nurtured a wrathful, sanguine piety in the dark. Moog's obsession was not with the surface world, nor with the Erdtree. It was with lineage, with a perverse notion of dynasty. He sought an Empyrean consort to found a new, bloody dynasty under his formless mother. And he had fixed his gaze upon the most compassionate, the most vulnerable of them all. Miquella, the eternal child, trapped in his cocoon of transformative sleep. While Malenia waged her war against the rot within, a more tangible, external theft was being meticulously planned. Moog's agents, cultists of blood, would have infiltrated the fringes of the Haligtree's society, not as warriors, but as whispers, as promises of a different, more visceral power to the most desperate of the outcasts. They studied the routes, the lee lines, the patterns of the cleanrot patrols. They sought a path not through strength, but through subterfuge, a tunnel through reality itself, using the power of blood to create a short-lived, blasphemous portal. The attack, when it came, was not an attack in any conventional sense. There was no alarm, no clash of steel at the gates. It was a sudden, wrong presence in the sacred chamber, a coppery smell overwhelming the scent of sap and incense, a splash of deep, viscous crimson appearing on the pale roots, spreading like a wound. And from this blood, Moog manifested. He would have been a figure of terrifying, majestic horror, his great wings the color of clotted blood, his spear weeping with the essence of his god, his form radiating a heat that was the antithesis of the chamber's cool serenity. His target was never Malenia. It was the cocoon. Malenia's reaction would have been instantaneous, a lightning strike of pure, protective fury. The stillness of years shattered in a heartbeat. Her blade, which had known only the potential of movement for so long, was a flash of gold in the dim light. She moved not with the flowing dance of her prime, but with a frantic, devastating speed born of absolute terror. She was not fighting a battle. She was trying to prevent a theft. Every ounce of her skill, every refinement of her waterfall technique was directed at this intruder, this defiler of her brother's sanctum. But Moog was no Radon to meet strength with greater strength. He was a creature of ritual and blood magic. His power was not in direct confrontation, but in evasion and profane ceremony. he would have used his wings to create distances, his command of blood to create barriers and flaming projectiles, not to defeat her, but to delay her, to create a single, crucial moment of opportunity. One can envision the scene with a heart-wrenching clarity. Malenia, a vortex of slashing gold, a desperate storm trying to cut through a curtain of blood and flame. Moog, a looming, sanguine shadow, his focus split between her onslaught and the cocoon. And then, the moment. A geyser of blood erupts from the floor not as an attack, but as a conduit. Moog, with a final, grating incantation, reaches out. His clawed hand does not touch the cocoon's bark. Instead, the very blood in the air coalesces around it, forming a shell of glistening red. And then, with a sound like a sigh and a tear, both the cocoon and Moog vanish, leaving only a fading, foul-smelling mist and a few splatters of cooling blood on the sacred roots. Malenia's blade cut through empty air. The sudden silence that followed was not the peaceful silence of the vigil, but a vacuum, a silence so complete it felt like a physical blow. The chamber was empty. The gentle, rhythmic pulse of light was gone. The presence that had been the axis of her world for countless years had been ripped away. She stood alone, in the center of the heart chamber that was no longer a heart, but a hollow shell. The rot within her, perhaps sensing the catastrophic shock to her system, surged in sympathetic resonance, a wave of feverish heat and whispering promises. But even that felt distant, muffled under the overwhelming, deafening reality of the theft. Her brother was gone, not dead. The nature of the theft suggested a kidnapping, a living prize, but gone. The purpose of her vigil, the core of her identity as the blade, had been stolen from its very heart. The Haligtree around her seemed to let out a silent groan, a tremor running through its roots and branches as if feeling the loss of its creator. The sanctuary remained, but its soul had been torn out. In that moment, Malenia, blade of Miquella, did not rage, did not weep. She simply stood utterly still in the aftermath of the impossible. The war against the rot, the memory of Seelead, the weight of her curses, all of it collapsed into insignificance before this single, devastating fact. Miquella was gone, and she had been there, and she had failed. What rises from that silence is not a person, but a purpose distilled to its most absolute, most terrifying form. The love that had been a nurturing, protective force now curdled into something else, a relentless, singular focus. The blade had lost its whetstone, its reason for being, and so the metal itself would now become the instrument. Her will, no longer tempered by the hope of a cure or the peace of a shared dream, would now be a cold, sharp thing directed toward one end, reclamation. She would find Moog. She would tear apart his dynasty of blood. She would reclaim her brother, or she would unmake the world that had allowed him to be taken. The scarlet wrought within her, once a hated enemy, now became a potential weapon to be considered, a reservoir of catastrophic power she might, in her despair, be willing to fully embrace. The goddess of rot, held at bay for so long out of love for Miquella, might now be summoned forth out of vengeance for him. She turned from the empty space where the cocoon had been. Her footsteps, as she left the hot chamber for the first time in ages with intent, did not echo with the grace of a guardian, but with the heavy, final sound of a verdict being passed. She would gather what remained of her clean-wrought nights. She would abandon the Haligtree to its own devices, for its purpose was void without its heart. She would descend once more into the chaos of the lands between, but this time not as a defender answering a distant threat, but as an avenger, a force of retribution with nothing left to lose. The story of Malenia, Blade of Miquella, was over. What followed would be the story of Malenia, the severed blade, a weapon searching for the hand that could no longer wield it, destined to cut anything and everything in its path until it found what was lost or broke upon the world's uncaring bones. The bloom in Seaweed had been a tragedy of necessity. The blooms to come would be acts of utter, desolate will. The silence that followed the theft was not empty. It was a solid thing, a crystal of pure absence that formed in the center of the chamber and grew outward, freezing the air, hardening the very light that filtered through the ancient roots. Malenia did not move. The golden arc of her final, futile slash remained etched in the space before her, a ghostly afterimage of motion in a world that had suddenly stopped. Her senses, so finely tuned to the subtlest vibrations of the Haligtree, the sigh of sap in a distant branch, the almost imperceptible hum of Miquella's dreaming will, were met with a void. The psychic space where her brother's presence had resided was not just quiet. It was a raw, open wound in her perception, a missing limb that shrieked its non-existence. She could feel the Haligtree itself reacting, a deep, shuddering groan traveling up through the roots beneath her feet, a tremor of existential distress. The tree was an extension of him. It felt its heart being ripped out. Time resumed not with a flow, but in jagged, disconnected frames. The coppery stench of Moog's blood magic began to fade, replaced by the old, familiar scent of resin and cold stone. But now those smells were hollow, devoid of meaning. The gentle, silver-blue luminescence of the chamber walls seemed like a mockery, illuminating only an emptiness. Her eyes, the color of a misty twilight, remained fixed on the spot where the cocoon had been. The roots there were stained, not with the vibrant, living scarlet of her own rot, but with a dull, drying brown red, a mundane and profane blood that spoke of violation rather than transformation. She saw the minute details. A single drop beading on the curve of a pale root, the way the bark seemed slightly scorched where the blood had first manifested, the faint, swirling pattern in the dust that had been disturbed by the teleportation's vortex. Her mind, usually a fortress of focused will, was a shattered window, and these details blew through like broken glass. Then came the internal surge. The scarlet rot, ever opportunistic, sensed the cataclysm in her spirit. The careful, agonizing equilibrium maintained by the needle, a balance of repulsion and containment, was shattered by the psychic shock. It was as if a dam, already strained, had been struck by a seismic wave. The whispers became a chorus, not just in her mind, but in her blood, in her marrow. They were no longer promises of power or release, but something worse, condolences. A sympathetic, gloating mirror to her own despair. "He is gone," the rot seemed to sigh through her veins, its voice like the rustle of a million dry leaves. "The one who made the needle, the one who believed you could be more than this. Gone. What point is there in holding us back now? Let us bloom. Let us fill this emptiness with something vibrant. Let us turn your grief into a garden." A feverish heat bloomed in her core, radiating outwards, making the golden prosthetics feel like brands against her remaining flesh. She could feel the insidious, fibrous tendrils of the rot within her stirring, stretching, testing the weakened boundaries. For a terrifying moment, the temptation was absolute, to simply let go. To allow the inner decay to blossom outward and consume the hollow sanctum, to transform the aching void into a spectacle of putrid life. It would be a fitting pyre for a failed vigil. But from the depths of that despair, something else stirred. Not hope that was incinerated in the first instant of loss, but a colder, harder substance, purpose. A purpose forged not in love's gentle fire, but in the absolute zero of its absence. The love itself had not died. It had been supernovaed, collapsing into a dense, black star of need. Miquella was gone. The thought was not a lament, but a foundational axiom, a new law of her universe. Every other fact, the rot, the Haligtree, her own existence, had to rearrange itself around this single, gravitational truth. The blade of Miquella had no wielder. Therefore, the blade would become its own force. The guardian had failed to guard. Therefore, she would become the hunter. Her first movement was a small one, a slight tightening of the fingers on her prosthetic right hand, the delicate gold plates shifting with a soft, precise click. The sound was absurdly loud in the crystalline silence. It was the sound of a mechanism engaging, of a will reasserting itself not as a shield, but as a spear. She slowly straightened from the crouch her final lunge had left her in. The movement was not graceful. It was stiff, as if her joints had rusted in the moments of shock. She turned her head, not to look at the entrance, but to survey the chamber one last time. Her gaze swept over the familiar contours of the roots, the places where she had stood in meditation for years, the empty space that was now a shrine to her failure. She did not look with nostalgia or grief, but with the cold assessment of a general abandoning a fortress. There was nothing here for her now. The sanctuary was a shell. Its meaning had walked away in a cocoon of stolen blood. She walked toward the chamber's archway. Her footsteps, which had been silent for an age, now echoed with a dreadful, metallic finality. The sound was wrong in this place of soft growth and dreaming. It was the sound of an ending. As she passed the threshold, she did not look back. The connection was severed. The heart chamber was no longer her center. It was a crime scene. The Haligtree around her felt different. The air, once charged with Miquella's compassionate intent, now felt inert, like the air in a tomb after the mourners have left. The usual sounds, the distant chimes, the whispers of pilgrims were still there, but they reached her as meaningless noise. She descended through the labyrinthine roots, her path taking her through the inner sanctums where the highest of the misbegotten caretakers tended to the tree's spiritual health. They saw her, and they froze. They were accustomed to her silent, stately presence, a fixed star in their cosmos. But the woman who walked past them now was not that star. Her aura, usually a tightly contained pressure of will and latent decay, had changed. It was sharper, jagged, bleeding a cold fury that had nothing to do with the rot. It was the fury of a bond severed. They shrank back, not in fear of her plague, but in awe of the desolation that hung about her like a mantle. She emerged into the broader, cathedral-like spaces of the Haligtree's middle boughs. Here, the evidence of life was more pronounced. Albinorics moved along the walkways, their soft, silver-blue forms tending to glowing fungi that provided light. Misbegotten warriors stood guard at arches, their bestial faces marked with a solemn dignity. All activity ceased as she passed. A wave of silence rolled ahead of her. They saw the emptiness in her eyes, the new, relentless set of her jaw, and they understood, on some instinctual level, that a fundamental change had occurred. The lady of the Haligtree was walking, and she was walking away. She found Finlay, her most trusted cleanrot commander, in a barracks hollowed from a great knot of wood. The knight was polishing a spear, the methodical motion a meditation in itself. Finlay looked up, and the cloth stilled in her hand. She needed no report. The truth was written in the absolute void of Malenia's expression, in the way she stood in the doorway, not as a commander returning to her post, but as a force arrived from a cataclysm. "He is taken," Malenia said. Her voice was the same, low, calm, carrying the faint, dry rustle that was the rot's constant echo, but it was stripped of all nuance. It was a statement of fact, bare and sharp as a naked blade. By Moog, Lord of Blood, through sorcery of blood. Finlay did not gasp or cry out. She placed the spear and cloth down with deliberate care, the soft clink of metal on wood the only sound. Her own face, visible beneath her helm's visor, was a landscape of stoic loyalty etched with sudden, deep lines of shock. She had carried her commander, broken and blooming, from the fields of Sealead. She had stood watch through the long, silent years of the second vigil. She understood the totality of what had been lost. She simply nodded once. The question was in her eyes. "We leave," Malenia said, answering it. "The Haligtree stands, but its heart is stolen. Our vigil is ended. Our purpose is now reclamation. Gather the knights. Only those who would follow into the deep, dark places, into blood and heresy. There will be no sanctuary where we go, only hunting." There was no discussion, no debate. Finlay stood, her armor whispering, and placed her fist over her heart in a sharp, clear salute. The gesture was not one of military obedience, but of sacred vow. She turned and left the chamber, her footsteps quick and purposeful. The silent communication network of the Cleanrot Knights would be humming now, a vibration of urgency passing through the roots and halls. Malenia stood alone in the barracks, listening to the distant, gathering sounds of preparation. It was not the sound of an army mobilizing for war. It was the sound of a single, focused instrument being tuned to a new, terrible note. While Finlay gathered their forces, Malenia ascended one last time, not to the hot chamber, but to a high, open balcony where a limb of the Haligtree reached out over the consecrated snowfield. The cold wind here was brutal, scouring, carrying needles of ice. It tugged at her cloak and whipped the unbound threads of her hair. She welcomed it. The clean, painful bite of the cold was a counterpoint to the feverish ache of the rot within, a physical sensation to ground her in a body that felt like it might otherwise dissipate into pure, directionless rage. Below, the snowfield stretched, a vast, white expanse under a sky the color of tarnished silver. The Haligtree rose from it, a magnificent, lonely spire of hope. From here, she could see the faint, glowing paths of pilgrims still making their way toward it, tiny points of light in the immense white. They sought solace. They sought the promise of Miquella. They did not know that the promise had been plucked from its heart. Her thoughts were not sentimental. They were tactical, yet layered with a profound metaphysical coldness. Moog, the Lord of Blood. An omen born with cursed horns, hidden away beneath Lanedell. She knew of him only through the distant echoes of court gossip and the chilling implications of his title. While she and Miquella had sought to create a sanctuary above, he had been festering below, nursing his resentment, courting a different kind of outer god. The formless mother, a deity of wounds, of blood, of perverse communion. His motivation was clear: dynasty. He sought an Empyrean to serve as the vessel for a new age, a bloody age. And he had chosen not a fierce warrior or a cunning schemer, but the most gentle, the most compassionate of them all. He had chosen the eternal child, the one who dreamed of healing. The violation was not just physical, it was a spiritual obscenity. Moog did not want to defeat Miquella. He wanted to corrupt him, to twist his boundless compassion into the seed of a sanguine empire. The thought sent a fresh, clean wave of fury through her, so potent it momentarily silenced the rot's whispers. She would find him. But Moog would not be in any map of the known world. His would be a subterranean realm, a palace of blood carved from the deep, forgotten places, likely close to the very roots of the world, where the Lanedell sewers met the primordial depths. It would be a place shrouded in ritual secrecy, protected by more than walls, by madness, by faith, by the direct patronage of an outer god. This would not be a march to a battlefield like Sealead. This would be a descent. A delving into a nightmare. Her Cleanrot Knights, for all their devotion and skill, were warriors of the open field and the guarded sanctum. The hell of blood and fire Moog would have crafted would be an environment designed to break the spirit as much as the body. Could they follow her there? Should they? The answer came from the quality of the silence behind her. She turned. At the entrance to the balcony, Finlay stood and arrayed behind her in the wide hall were ranks of clean-wrought knights. Not the entire host, but a contingent, perhaps 100. They stood in perfect, silent order, their spears and halberds held upright, their scarred, bloom-stained armor gleaming dully in the diffused light. No one had spoken a word of recruitment or plea. They had simply come. Those whose loyalty was absolute, whose understanding of their purpose was inextricably linked to the twin pillars of Malenia's will and Miquella's dream. They saw the dream stolen, and they saw the will transforming into a weapon of reclamation. And so they presented themselves as the edge of that weapon. Their silence was not the silence of the vigil, it was the silence of a drawn blade. Malenia looked at them. She did not see soldiers. She saw extensions of her own vow. She saw the living memory of Seaweed, of the long watch, of the shared understanding that they protected something fragile. That fragility was now in the hands of a monster. She gave no speech. There were no words grand enough, no inspiration potent enough for the journey ahead. She simply nodded, a slow, grave acknowledgement. Then she walked past Finlay, back into the Haligtree, and the knights fell into step behind her. A silent procession of gold and scarlet descending through the great tree for the last time. Their exit from the Haligtree was not marked by ceremony or farewell. They passed through the lower gates, where the great roots met the snow, and the few misbegotten sentries there watched them go with wide, confused eyes. The pilgrims on the paths paused, sensing the finality in the column's march. Malenia did not look at them. Her gaze was fixed ahead, on the shimmering veil of the snowstorm that separated the consecrated snowfield from the rest of the lands between. The Haligtree, that magnificent, silvered testament, shrank behind them, its light growing fainter until it was just a blur in the perpetual white, like a memory of a dream. The march was different from the journey to Seaweed. Then there had been a clear, external objective, a monumental challenge to meet. Now, the objective was a mystery shrouded in blood, and the challenge was the search itself. They moved with a grim, relentless pace, not the disciplined tread of an army on campaign, but the focused stride of trackers on a scent. They did not take the main roads, the broken highways of the shattering. Those were too exposed, too reminiscent of the world that had produced both their curses and their thief. Instead, Finlay, with a scout's intuition, led them through forgotten valleys, across frozen rivers, and through the skeletal remains of forests that had died long before the Erdtree's grace had faded. The world was a corpse in many places, and they moved through its ribcage. Malenia walked at the head of the column, a figure of isolated intensity. The further they got from the Haligtree, the more the rot within her seemed to coil and restlessly shift. It was as if the tree's environment, infused with Miquella's unalloyed ideal, had been a subtle suppressant. Out in the wild, wounded world, the rot found more sympathy. The air was thick with lesser decays, mold on stone, rust on ancient metal, the slow putrefaction of battlefields left untended. These called to the god within her like faint echoes. She felt it as a constant, low-grade pull, a temptation to commune with this universal process of unmaking. She ignored it. Her focus was a needle of its own, piercing through the static. She spent the hours of March not in meditation, but in deduction, in recollection. She pieced together every fragment of knowledge about Moog, the omens, and Lanedel's underworld. The answer, she knew, began in the capital. The seat of the Golden Order, the place of her cursed birth, was also the roof over Moog's den. They would have to go back, to the beginning. The journey took them through liminal spaces, through the fringes of regions blighted by other demigods' wars. They skirted the edge of Liurnia, where the eternal fog swallowed sounds and the air tasted of ink and regret. They avoided the Altus Plateau, where the Erdtree's sickly glow still held sway and the remnants of Lanedel's power were strongest. They moved like ghosts, engaging only when necessary, and then with a swift, silent brutality that left no witnesses. The Cleanrot Knights fought with a new, desperate efficiency. Each skirmish was not a battle for territory, but the clearing of an obstacle. Their signature discipline remained, but it was edged with a palpable hunger for progress, a frustration that any moment not spent moving toward their goal was a moment stolen. Malenia herself fought only once during this long trek, when a band of frenzied, flame-worshipping merchants, driven mad by their isolation, ambushed the column in a narrow pass. They came shrieking, their eyes sewn shut, their bodies covered in burning script. The knights moved to intercept, but Malenia was already in motion. She did not perform the waterfall dance. That was a technique of sublime artistry, a statement. What she did was something cruder, faster, and utterly merciless. She became a blur of golden light, a series of piercing thrusts and severing cuts that happened almost simultaneously. She moved through the attackers not like a dancer, but like a scythe through wheat. Each movement was optimized for the fastest possible kill, devoid of flourish, devoid of anything but the need to remove the obstruction. In seconds, it was over. The frenzied flames gutted out on the stone, and she stood amidst the fallen, not a petal out of place, her blade already clean. She did not look at the corpses. She simply nodded to Finlay, and the column moved on, leaving the pass silent, but for the crackle of dying embers and the slow seep of blood into the gravel. The knights had seen her fight before, but this was different. This was the blade stripped of everything but its cutting edge. As they drew closer to Lanedel, the land itself grew heavier, saturated with the history of the Golden Order. The sky took in the bruised, perpetual gold of a fading twilight, a light that felt less like illumination and more like the glow of a dying ember seen through amber. The very ground seemed to remember the tread of marching legions, the weight of dogma, the silent screams of those purged in the name of perfection. They approached from the north, through the forbidden, crumbling outskirts where the city's grandeur gave way to the reality of its foundations. The shanty towns of the rejected, the graveyards for those whose grace had been deemed insufficient, the places where the golden light did not reach, or where it reached only as a judgment. Here, the air was thick with the smell of damp stone, old incense, and a subtler, more troubling scent. The metallic tang of sealed-away suffering, of things hidden and festering. This was the domain of the omen killers, and of the omens themselves, those born with the cursed horns, seen as blasphemies against the Erdtree's perfect order. Malenia, a different kind of cursed child, felt a grim kinship with this place. She and Miquella had been Empyreans, their flaws tolerated only because of their divine potential. The omens had no such privilege. They were hunted, their horns sawed off, their bodies discarded in the sewers below. And from that deepest, most hateful darkness, Moog had risen not with broken spirit, but with a wrathful piety nurtured in the silence of the deep. The column halted at the edge of a vast, broken aqueduct, its stone channels dry and filled with debris. Beyond it, the outer walls of Lanedell rose, impossibly high, their gold leaf detailing catching the sickly light in dull flashes. The capital was a fortress, its gates sealed after the shattering, its walls patrolled by the spectral, loyalist forces of Morgoth, the veiled monarch. A direct assault was impossible, and more importantly, pointless. Moog was not in the shining spires, he was beneath them. The descent begins here, Malenia said, her voice barely more than a whisper, yet carrying to every night. She stood at the edge of the aqueduct, looking down into its shadowed depths. We do not seek the city, we seek what the city buried. We go into the dark, where the roots of the Erdtree drink from waters they would rather forget. Finlay moved to her side, peering down. The sewers, the catacombs. The deep, old tunnels that predate the Golden Order itself. It is a labyrinth, a world beneath the world. A world that birthed our quarry, Malenia replied. He will have made a palace there, a dynasty of blood. We will find it by following the scent of his heresy, by listening for the silence that is not silence, but the sound of worship in a tongue of wounds. They found their entrance not through a grand archway, but through a crack, a fissure in the aqueduct's foundation where the stone had succumbed to age and the slow, insistent pressure of the earth. It was a tight, dark mouth exhaling air that was cool, damp, and carried the unmistakable, fungal reek of deep places. One by one, the Cleanrot Knights followed Malenia into the gloom, their armor scraping softly against the narrow stone, the faint glow of the golden filigree on their plates becoming the only light in the oppressive dark. The descent was vertical at first, a treacherous climb down a natural chimney slick with condensation and strange, pale lichen that glowed with a faint, greenish bioluminescence. The air grew thicker, harder to breathe, saturated with moisture and the weight of countless tons of stone above. The sounds of the surface, the sighing wind, the distant, ghostly calls of Lanedell's bellbirds, faded, replaced by the eternal drip of water, the skittering of unseen things in the dark, and the low, almost subaudible hum of the earth itself. They were entering a realm that time, as measured by the sun and the Erdtree, had forgotten. They reached a ledge, then another, and finally spilled out into a cavern so vast its ceiling was lost in darkness. A subterranean river flowed through it, its water black and sluggish. reflecting the eerie green lichen in oily, shifting patterns. The ground was a treacherous landscape of stalagmites and crumbling, ancient masonry, the ruins of a civilization that had existed here before Lanedell was even a dream. This was the true foundation of the lands between, a geological memory. And carved into the walls leading away from the river were tunnels. Not natural formations, but deliberate, rough-hewn passages, their floors worn smooth by the passage of countless, shuffling feet. Malenia paused, closing her eyes. She let her other senses expand. The rot within her, so agitated by the surface world, grew strangely quiet here. It was listening. This deep, slow decay was its native element. Through its alien perception, she could feel the flows of moisture, the slow dissolution of stone, the ancient, patient processes of the deep earth. And she could feel something else, a sharper, more recent signature. A scent on the stale air, not of simple decay, but of sacrifice. Copper iron, the cloying sweetness of spilled life offered not in death, but in perverse celebration. It was faint, a thread, but it was there. It led to one of the larger tunnels, its mouth dark and yawning. "This way," she said, and began to walk, her golden feet making no sound on the wet stone. The tunnel sloped downward, winding like the intestine of a stone giant. The lichen grew sparser, and soon the only light came from the faint, magical glow of the cleanwrought knight's armaments, casting long, dancing shadows that made the walls seem to breathe. They passed side chambers, crude niches filled with bones, not piled haphazardly, but arranged in strange, ritualistic patterns. Some bones were old, calcified to stone. Others were disturbingly fresh, still clad in tatters of cloth or rusted armor. This was not a mere ossuary, it was a gallery of devotion, a testament to a faith that venerated endings. Then they began to find the first signs of Mohg's specific touch. Splotches on the wall, not of moss, but of a substance that was unmistakably blood, yet it did not dry or brown. It remained a deep, glossy crimson, as if freshly spilled, and it seemed to absorb the faint light rather than reflect it. In places, it had been smeared into symbols, a three-pronged mark that evoked both a trident and a cursed crown, the sigil of the formless mother. The air grew warmer, carrying a new, oppressive scent, incense, but of a foul variety, smelling of burned hair and clotted spices. The tunnel opened into another vast cavern, and here the evidence of habitation was undeniable. Ramshackle structures, built from salvaged wood, stone, and bone, clung to the cavern walls like fungal growths. Fires burned in pits, their flames a peculiar, deep orange that cast long, leaping shadows. And there were people or things that had once been people, cultists of Mohg. They were emaciated, their skin pale from a life without sun, their eyes wide and fervent. Some bore self-inflicted wounds that wept continuously, the blood collected in crude cups or smeared across their foreheads in sacred patterns. They chanted in low, guttural tones, a language that was less about words and more about the rhythm of pulse and hemorrhage. The clean-wrought knights formed a defensive perimeter, their spears lowering in unison, a wall of silent, scarred gold. The cultists stopped their chanting. They turned, not with fear, but with a kind of ecstatic anticipation. To them, the arrival of these glorious, tainted warriors from the world above was not an invasion. It was a sacrament delivered, a greater offering for their Lord. One of them, a figure taller than the rest, wearing a ragged cloak and a headdress of sharpened bones, stepped forward. His eyes were pools of reflected firelight. "You come," he hissed, his voice like dry parchment tearing. "The cursed blade, the walking bloom, he said you might. He said your love would lead you into our embrace. You are a gift. Your blood will be especially sweet to the mother." Malenia did not respond with words. She took a single step forward, and the atmosphere in the cavern changed. The fever heat of the rot within her, so long restrained, pulsed outward, not as a bloom, but as a wave of palpable, biological dominance. The very spores in the air seemed to bow to her presence. The cultist's ecstatic smile faltered for a second, replaced by a flicker of primal fear. He was a worshipper of blood, but she was a vessel of a different outer will, one of decay and transformation. Their gods were rivals in the dark. He raised a crude, serrated dagger, letting his own blood drip from his palm to the stone floor. "In the name of Moog and the formless mother, we take you," the cavern erupted. The cultists surged forward, not with military discipline, but with the frenzied, shambling hunger of the zealot. They wielded broken weapons, rusty blades, or simply their own blood-hardened hands. The clean-wrought knights met them with immovable silence. The clash was a grotesque ballet. The knights' movements were economical, precise, a thrust through the heart, a sweeping cut that severed limbs, a shield bash that crushed bone. They fought in perfect unison, each knight covering the other, their formation an unbreakable wheel of death. Against them, the cultists died in droves, their blood adding to the ancient stains on the floor, their final cries merging with the ongoing, chanting prayers of those behind them, who seemed to view death as just another form of offering. Malenia did not join the melee immediately. She walked through the chaos, a serene island in the storm. Cultists lunged at her, and they died. Her blade moved in short, devastating arcs, almost too fast to see. She did not waste motion. A flick of her wrist, and a head tumbled. A slight pivot, and a charging fanatic was impaled, lifted off his feet, and cast aside. She moved toward the tall cultist leader, who was now chanting louder, drawing symbols in his own blood on the ground, attempting some form of blood sorcery. A halo of crimson light began to form around him. She was upon him before the ritual could complete. Her prosthetic left hand shot out, not with the blade, but to grip his throat. The gold fingers closed with the gentle, irrevocable finality of a vice. She lifted him, his feet kicking uselessly in the air. His chanting became a choked gurgle. She brought her face close to his, her mist-colored eyes boring into his wide, bloodshot ones. "Moog," she said, the word a dry rustle. "Where?" The cultist, even in his dying throes, managed a wet, defiant laugh, blood bubbling at his lips. He is in the heart of the wound, the palace awaits its queen. His eyes glazed over, and his body went limp. She dropped him, turning her gaze deeper into the cavern, past the dwindling fight. There, in the far wall, was an archway that was not rough-hewn, but carefully constructed from fitted stone blocks, stained a deep, permanent crimson. It was a gateway, and from it, she could feel a palpable pull, a rhythmic, pounding pressure that was not sound, but the echo of a massive, distant heartbeat. The scent of blood and sacred fire was a physical wind blowing from that arch. The last of the cultists fell, their fervor no match for the clean-wrought knight's tempered resolve. The cavern fell silent again, save for the crackle of the strange fires and the slow drip of blood from 100 wounds. The knights reformed around Malenia, their armor now freshly spattered, their expressions hidden behind helms, but their stance spoke of a grim readiness to descend further into the nightmare. Finlay approached, her spear tip dripping. That gateway, it feels like a throat. It is, Malenia said, her eyes fixed on the crimson arch. The throat of his dynasty. We are past the worshippers. Now we enter the body of his faith. She began to walk toward it, and as she did, she felt the unalloyed gold needle in her flesh give a faint, almost imperceptible thrum, a vibration of warning. It was sensing the concentrated, blasphemous power of another outer god, a power that sought not to decay, but to consume and transform in a different, more violent sacrament. The two influences, rot and blood, were like opposing magnetic poles in the close, dark air. Her own inner corruption stirred in response, not with fear, but with a kind of predatory interest. She crossed the threshold. The tunnel beyond the arch was different. The rough stone gave way to smooth, polished walls that seemed to be made of a single, dark red stone, veined with black and gold. It was warm to the touch, almost feverish. The air was hot and thick, heavy with the smell of incense, blood, and a strange, ozonic charge, like the air before a storm of lightning and viti. Sconces lined the walls, but they held no ordinary flame. They burned with a steady, crimson fire that gave no smoke, only a pulsing, bloody light that made the shadows dance in a slow, rhythmic sway. The floor was inscribed with intricate, swirling patterns that seemed to tell a story of conquest and sacrifice, of a lord rising from the depths to claim a crown of horns. The passage descended in a wide, spiraling ramp, the grade so smooth it felt like walking down the interior of a vast, coiled shell. The sound of their footsteps was swallowed by the strange acoustics of the place, leaving only the sound of their breathing and the distant, ever-present thrum, the heartbeat. It grew louder with each step, a deep, resonant thud-thud-thud that vibrated through the stone and up into the bones. It was not the heartbeat of a living creature, but of a place, a realm that had a pulse of its own. They passed side chambers that were no longer crude caves, but ornate rooms. A chapel with pews carved from obsidian, where ghostly, robed figures knelt in silent prayer, their forms shimmering and insubstantial. An armory where weapons of bizarre design hung on the walls, scythes that wept blood, spears with barbed heads, great swords with hollow channels along the blade, meant to drink the life of those they cut. A gallery of portraits, but the portraits were not painted. They were formed from coagulated blood on slabs of pale stone, depicting Moog in various aspects. As a hidden child, as a vengeful youth, as the majestic, winged lord he had become. There was a terrible, perverse beauty to it all, a meticulous artistry devoted to a single, awful ideal. This was not the desperate faith of the ragged cultists above. This was the established, confident theology of a dynasty in waiting. Every carved symbol, every burning sconce, every drop of eternally fresh blood on the walls spoke of a power that was not just stolen, but cultivated, embraced, and worshipped. Miquella was here, somewhere in this sanguine heart, not as a guest, but as the central, unwilling jewel in this crown of blood. The spiral ramp ended at another archway, larger than the last, framed by two colossal statues. The statues depicted the same figure, Moog, but in an aspect of tender, grotesque maternity. One statue showed him cradling a cocoon-like form against his chest. The other showed him holding a chalice, offering it to the cocoon. The artistry was so skilled it was heartbreaking. The stone seemed to convey a perverse love, a possessive devotion that was more terrifying than any depiction of rage. Malenia looked at the statue of the cocoon, and for a fleeting second, the carefully maintained void within her threatened to collapse into a howl of pure, desolate rage. She clenched the fingers of her prosthetic, the gold plates grinding with a soft, metallic shriek, and walked through the arch. They emerged onto a balcony that overlooked Hell's own cathedral. The space was beyond comprehension. A cavern so immense its ceiling was a vault of pure darkness, from which hung gigantic, petrified roots. The very roots of the Erd tree, delving deep into the earth, here stained black and crimson, as if the great tree itself was drawing up poisoned sustenance. Below, stretching out to distant, shadowed walls, was a lake. But it was not water, it was blood. A vast, placid sea of dark, glistening crimson, its surface perfectly still, reflecting the fiery light of the realm. The air above it shimmered with heat and power. In the center of this lake of blood rose a palace. It was constructed from the same dark red stone, a complex of soaring spires, arched bridges, and terraced platforms, all seemingly grown from the coagulated essence of the lake itself. Bridges of bone and solidified blood connected it to the shores. This was Mogwin Palace, and at its highest point, visible even from this distance, was a glow, a soft gold and silver radiance that was utterly alien to this crimson world. It pulsed weakly like a captive star. The cocoon, Miquella. The heartbeat was deafening here, a physical pressure in the ears and chest. It emanated from the palace, from the lake, from the very air. This was the heart of the formless mother's domain, and each thud was a prayer, an affirmation of this bloody, waiting dynasty. Along the shore below their balcony and patrolling the bone bridges were not cultists, but soldiers. The Mogwin dynasty had its own knights. They were tall, armored in plates of dark, burnished metal that seemed fused with their flesh, their helms fashioned into the shapes of bestial, horned visages. They moved with a slow, ponderous strength, their great weapons resting on their shoulders. These were not frenzied fanatics. These were the solemn, brutal guardians of a realized hell, the proud military of a kingdom that awaited only its god consort to declare its era begun. Finlay stood beside Malenia, her breath a faint whisper in the immense, rhythmic silence. "A sea of blood," she murmured, "and he sleeps in the middle of it." Malenia did not take her eyes from the distant, gentle glow. All the cold purpose that had carried her from the Haligtree through the wastes, and down into the deep now, focused to a point so sharp it felt like it would cut her own soul. The love, the guilt, the fury, the rot, all of it was fuel for this final, impossible task. To cross that lake, to storm Thatpolis of solidified heresy, to cut through the sacred guardians of a perverse dream, and to reach the heart of it all, where her brother's light was being slowly, tenderly smothered under a blanket of clotted devotion. The scale of it was not daunting. It was simply the next fact in the sequence. The blade had found what it was looking for. Now it had to cut its way to it. She observed with the detached clarity of a strategist who is also the weapon. The bone bridges were choke points. The lake itself was likely not merely blood, but a medium for the formless mother's power. To fall into, it would be to drown in something far worse than water. The palace's architecture offered high ground and defensive bottlenecks. Moog would be there, at the center, waiting. He had planned for this. He had wanted her to come. The cultist's words echoed. He said your love would lead you into our embrace. This was not just a hiding place. It was a trap baited with the one thing she could not resist. And she had walked into it willingly, because the alternative, leaving Miquella in this crimson nightmare, was unthinkable. She turned to Finlay and the assembled knights. Their faces, visible in the gaps of their helms, were pale in the bloody light, but their eyes were steady. They had followed her into the mouth of the earth, into a cult's den, and now they gazed upon a blasphemy that defied the very order of the world. They did not flinch. "We cross," Malenia said, her voice barely rising above the subterranean heartbeat. "We take the nearest bridge. Our objective is the central spire, nothing else. Do not engage unless you must. Do not stop. If you fall, you are left. The only victory is reaching the light." It was a brutal order, the antithesis of the Haligtree's compassion. It acknowledged that some, perhaps many, would not make it. It reduced each knight to a single function. A step in her path. They accepted it without a word. This was the logic of the severed blade, efficiency over all. The dream was all that mattered. The dreamers were expendable. They descended from the balcony via a narrow, carved staircase that wound down the cavern wall to the shore. The air grew hotter, thicker, as they neared the lake. The smell was overwhelming, a metallic tang so rich it coated the tongue, underlaid with the sweetness of rot and sacred incense. The surface of the blood lake was utterly still, a perfect, dark mirror reflecting the fiery sconces of the palace and the grotesque, hanging roots. It did not ripple or wave. It had the viscosity of nightmare. The nearest bone bridge was 100 yards along the shore. It was a broad, arched causeway made from interlocked femurs and ribs of colossal beings, fused together with a glossy, dark resin that might have been blood itself. At its near end stood a contingent of Mogwin knights, 6 of them, standing like statues, their horned helms turned toward the approaching intruders. Malenia did not break stride. She moved from the rocky shore onto the beginning of the bone bridge, her golden feet making a soft, hollow tok-tok sound on the ancient ossuary. The lead Mogwin knight took a single step forward, hefting a massive polearm with a curved, scythe-like blade. It did not speak. It simply leveled its weapon, a silent challenge in the language of this place, this far and no farther. The waterfall dance was a technique of the open air, of sweeping engagement. Here, on a narrow bridge over an abyss of blood, a different approach was needed. Malenia did not dance. She flowed. She became a single, relentless line of motion. As the knight's scythe swept down in a decapitating arc, she was already inside its reach. Her blade, held in a reverse grip, flashed upward, not to parry, but to sever. The golden edge cut through the joint of the knight's armored elbow with a shriek of metal, and a spray of dark, thick fluid that was not quite blood. The great weapon clattered to the bone bridge. Her momentum carried her past him, and with a twist of her torso, her other prosthetic arm, fingers splayed like the petals of a lethal flower, slammed into the knight's chest plate. The gold did not pierce, it transmitted force. There was a deafening crunch, and the knight was lifted off its feet and hurled over the side of the bridge. It fell silently into the lake of blood below, disappearing without a splash, swallowed by the viscous, waiting dark. The other 5 knights moved as one, a wall of dark metal and impending violence. But the clean-wrought knights were already there. They did not fight as individuals, but as a single organism. Spears thrust in unison, creating a hedge of points that halted the Mogwin advance. Halberds hooked legs and pulled knights off balance. Shields interlocked, forming a moving wall that advanced step by brutal step. It was the disciplined, silent warfare of the Haligtree applied here in this most profane of places. They did not shout or curse. The only sounds were the clash of metal, the grind of bone underfoot, and the wet, final sounds of penetration and collapse. Malenia was the tip of the spear. She moved ahead of the formation, a golden dot in the bloody gloom. Her movements were a study in horrific economy. She used the narrow confines of the bridge to her advantage, funneling her enemies into her reach. She fought with both prosthetics, the blades extensions of her will. One moment she was deflecting a greatsword with a shimmering parry that sent sparks cascading into the abyss. The next she was spinning low to sever a knight's leg at the knee, then rising to drive her point through the visor of another. She was not trying to defeat them all, she was trying to create a path. Each enemy that fell was not a victory, but a cleared obstacle. Her focus was always ahead, on the far end of the bridge, on the palace gates that grew slowly larger. They fought their way across the bridge, a slow, bloody progression. Two clean-wrought knights fell, pulled down by grappling knights and dragged over the edge into the lake. They did not cry out. Their silence as they were consumed was more terrible than any scream. The remaining knights closed ranks, their formation tightening, their resolve hardening into something cold and flinty. They were crossing a bridge of bone over a sea of sacrificed life, and each step cost them a piece of their own. They reached the far side, the foundation of the palace itself. The bone bridge met a grand staircase carved from the same dark red stone, leading up to a pair of colossal doors. The doors were not closed. They stood open, an invitation into the throat of the palace. From within, the gold-and-silver glow was stronger, pulsing in time with the heartbeat, a captive rhythm. Malenia paused at the threshold. The heat from within was immense, a dry, baking heat that carried the ozone scent of great magic. The interior was a vast, nave-like hall, its pillars carved into the shapes of twisted, agonized figures, all flowing upward toward a distant altar. Braziers of eternal crimson fire lined the walls. And at the far end, on a dais, a figure waited. It was not Moog. It was a guardian, a keeper of the threshold. A being of immense size, its body a fusion of molten rock, dark metal, and congealed blood. It had multiple arms, each holding a different brutal weapon, a cleaver, a flail, a spear. Its face was a featureless plane of smooth, dark stone, save for a single vertical slit that glowed with the same fire as the braziers. It was a golem, a construct of the formless mother's will, an animate manifestation of the palace's defensive fury. It did not breathe, it hummed, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated in the teeth. This was not a foe for the knights. This was a wall meant to break armies. Malenia knew it instantly. To send her clean-wrought knights against it would be slaughter. They would be ground to paste against its stone limbs. This was for her. This was the first true test of the blade in this bloody realm. She raised a hand, a single, sharp gesture. Hold. Finlay understood. She barked a quiet order, and the knights formed a defensive semicircle at the entrance, shields locked, spears outward, a bulwark against anything that might come from behind or from the sides. Their role was now to guard her back, to ensure the path remained open. The fight ahead was hers alone. Malenia walked into the great hall. The sound of her footsteps was tiny against the immense, humming silence. The Guardian's glowing slit focused on her. It took a single, earth-shaking step forward, then another, its weapons rising. She did not wait for it to reach her. She ran, not at it, but to the side, using the vast space of the hall. The Guardian was powerful, but likely slow to turn. She needed to assess, to find a weakness. It swung its cleaver, a blow that could have felled a tower. She was not there. She had already darted behind a pillar. The cleaver struck the stone. shearing through it in an explosion of rock shards and dust. She used the cover, leaping from the shadow of one shattered pillar to the next, a flicker of gold in the bloody gloom. The guardian tracked her, its movements ponderous but terrifyingly sure. It swung its flail, the spiked head whistling through the air, demolishing another pillar. She ducked, the wind of the passing weapon tugging at her cloak. She was close now, circling to its flank. She saw it, a seam in the stone and metal of its lower back, a place where the construction was less seamless, where the glowing, viscous blood that animated it seemed to pulse more visibly. She lunged. Her blade aimed for that seam, but the guardian was not mindless. A third arm, holding the spear, stabbed backward with shocking speed. She twisted in midair, the spear tip grazing her side, tearing through linen and scoring the gold of her prosthetic torso with a shower of sparks. The impact spun her, but she used the momentum, landing in a crouch and instantly springing away as a massive stone foot stomped down where she had been. This would not be a battle of finesse, but of endurance and pinpoint accuracy. She had to strike a target that was constantly moving, defended by 4 deadly weapons, in an environment it could demolish around her. The rot within her stirred, agitated by the exertion, by the heat, by the proximity of so much spilled essence. It whispered of a simpler solution. One bloom, just one. Reduce this stone puppet to crumbling, fertile dust. She shut the voice out. The bloom was a last resort, a betrayal of her brother's principle. She would win as the blade. She began to move in earnest, not as a dart, but as a vortex. She used the waterfall dance not as its full, aerial spectacle, but in grounded fragments. A blinding spin that deflected the cleaver, a rapid series of sidesteps that became a flurry of cuts against the guardian's leg joints, a leap that carried her over a low sweep of the flail. She was a wasp stinging a bull, each strike aimed at a seam, a joint, a glowing line of power. Her blade rang against stone and metal, leaving bright scratches and chips. Dark, hot fluid, the lifeblood of the construct, began to seep from a dozen small wounds. The guardian grew more furious, its movements becoming less controlled, more devastating. It began to slam its weapons into the ground, creating shockwaves that cracked the floor and forced Malenia to leap and scramble to avoid being knocked prone. The hall was becoming a ruin of shattered stone and pulverized pillars. The clean-wrought knights at the entrance held their ground, shields braced against the flying debris. Malenia saw her chance. The guardian, in a rage, raised all 4 weapons for a simultaneous, crushing downward smash aimed at her general location. It was a commitment. For a fraction of a second, its torso was exposed, the glowing seam in its back widening slightly with the motion. She didn't dodge. She charged forward, directly under the arc of the descending weapons. At the last possible instant, she dropped into a slide, passing between its legs as the world exploded behind her in a cataclysm of stone and force. She came up on its other side, already in the air, having used the slide's momentum to launch herself upward. She ascended in a spiral, her blade becoming a drill of golden light. She aimed not for the back seam, but for the base of its neck, where the stone head met the torso, another point of fusion. Her blade struck true. The gold, unalloyed and perfect, met the blasphemous stone-metal amalgam. There was a shriek like tearing metal and shattering crystal. She drove the point deep, then wrenched it sideways with all the augmented strength of her prosthesis. A crack raced through the guardian's neck. The glowing slit in its face flared blindingly bright, then began to dim. Its weapons fell from its hands, clattering to the broken floor. It took one staggering step, then another, before its legs gave out. It crashed to its knees, then slumped forward onto its face with a final, ground-shaking thud. The hum ceased. The glow in its body faded, leaving only inert, dead stone and cooling metal. Malenia landed lightly beside its massive head, her blade dripping with dark, steaming fluid. She did not pause to look at her fallen foe. She was already moving past the crumbling giant toward the rear of the hall where an archway led deeper into the palace, toward the source of the captive light. The heartbeat was louder here, pounding in the walls, in the air, in her own temples. She could feel it in the unalloyed gold needle, a discordant vibration. She could feel it in the rot, which pulsed in sympathetic, hungry rhythm. Finlay and the remaining knights fell in behind her, stepping over the rubble and the fallen guardian. Their numbers were fewer. The cost was being tallied in silence. They passed through the archway into a network of corridors, all leading upward, winding around the central spire. They encountered more resistance, smaller constructs of blood and stone, packs of bestial creatures born of the blood lake, more Mogwin knights. But these were skirmishes, distractions. Malenia cut through them without breaking stride, a force of nature moving uphill against a river of heresy. The knights mopped up what she left behind, ensuring no threat closed in from the rear. The corridors became a spiral staircase, wide and grand, the steps slick with a perpetual warm condensation that smelled of blood and minerals. They climbed. The air grew even hotter, drier. The gold and silver glow from above began to filter down the stairwell, painting the crimson stone with strands of alien, gentle light. The heartbeat was now a physical drumming against the eardrums, a pressure that made breathing laborious. They emerged at last onto the pinnacle of the central spire. It was a circular platform, open to the cavern's impossible vault, overlooking the vast lake of blood and the distant, shadowed shores. The source of the heartbeat was here. It was not a sound, but the visible, rhythmic expansion and contraction of the very air around a central focus. In the middle of the platform stood an altar of black, veined marble, and upon that altar rested the cocoon. It was exactly as she remembered it from the Haligtree, yet utterly transformed by its context. The bark was still pale, the sap still a gentle silver, and from within emanated that soft, hopeful glow, the glow of Miquella's unalloyed dream. But the cocoon was now entwined with thick, pulsating tendrils of solidified blood, like vile ivy claiming a pure white tree. The tendrils burrowed into the bark, feeding from it, or perhaps feeding it some corrupted sustenance. They throbbed in time with the heartbeat, each pulse sending a wave of darker color through the cocoon's light, a shadow of contamination. It was a scene of grotesque, parasitic tenderness. And standing before the altar, between her and the cocoon, was Moog, Lord of Blood. He was larger than she remembered from the fleeting glimpse in the Haligtree. His form was majestic in its horror. Great, ragged wings of deepest crimson stretched from his back, not feathered, but leathern, like the wings of a gargoyle bathed in gore. His body was powerful, clad in ornate armor that seemed grown from his own hardened blood and dark metal, adorned with ritualistic chains and jagged, thorn-like protrusions. In one hand he held his sacred spear, its tip weeping a never-ending stream of blood that evaporated before it hit the ground, becoming part of the charged atmosphere. His face, once that of a cursed omen, was now a regal mask of fervent piety and immense, settled power. His eyes glowed with a serene, terrible light. He did not look like a thief caught in the act. He looked like a high priest awaiting the arrival of a crucial component to his sacrament. "Sister," he said, and his voice was a deep, resonant chord, smooth as poured oil, yet carrying the grit of deep stone. "You have come. As I knew you would, as the mother foretold, your love is a predictable, beautiful compass." Malenia stopped at the edge of the platform. Her knights fanned out behind her, a thin line of gold against the overwhelming crimson. She said nothing. Her eyes were on the cocoon, on the pulsing, invasive tendrils. She could feel Miquella's presence, a faint, distressed hum beneath the overpowering drumbeat of blood. He was here. He was alive, but he was being remade. "Do not look so desolate," Moog continued, spreading his free hand in a gesture that encompassed the altar. "This is not a theft. It is an adoption, a promotion. The Haligtree was a sapling's dream, a refuge for the weak. Here, in the seat of the formless mother's power, he will become the foundation of a true dynasty. A dynasty of shared blood, of sacred communion. He will be the god consort of a new age. His compassion, infinite and pure, will be the vessel for the mother's blessing. And together, we will wash the lands between in a tide of glorious, unifying scarlet." His words were madness, but they were spoken with the absolute conviction of the divinely inspired. He believed it. He saw this violation as an act of love, of higher purpose. The perversity of it was absolute, a perfect mirror to the Golden Order's own rigid certainties, but inverted, turned inward to the visceral and the profane. Malenia listened, and in listening, she understood the full depth of the violation. It was not merely physical. Moog sought to rewrite Miquella's very essence, to take that boundless empathy and twist it into the cornerstone of a sanguine empire. He wanted to make her brother the gentle face of a regime of blood, to use his dream of sanctuary as the justification for a conquest that would drown the world. The love she bore for Miquella was a private, protective flame. Moog's obsession was a public, possessive pyre, and he intended to burn Miquella at its center. Still, she said nothing. Words were the currency of courts and debates. This place, this moment, was beyond language. It existed in the realm of will and steel. Her silence seemed to unsettle Moog's grand pronouncements. It refused to engage with his theology, rendering his speech a monologue in a vacuum. His serene expression tightened just a fraction around the eyes. "You cling to the old shape," he said, his voice dropping, becoming more intimate, more dangerous. "The blade of Miquella, but look at you. You are a thing of beautiful decay. You carry a god within you that sings of endings, of the fertile dark that comes after. You and I, we are not so different. We are both children of outer wills, spurned by the golden lie. We both understand that true power comes not from a distant, silent tree, but from the intimate, flowing truth of the body. The blood, the rot, they are truths of process, of change. Join me, not as a servant, but as a sister. Your rot would make a magnificent counterpart to our dynasty's blood. Imagine it. A world reborn in a symphony of scarlet, your blooms and our rivers together. We could wake him together. He would have both of us. A family united in purpose. The offer hung in the superheated air, a temptation woven from profound misunderstanding. He saw only the surface, the vessel of rot, the warrior, and assumed her defiance was a matter of allegiance, not identity. He could not comprehend that the rot was not her truth, but her burden, that the blade was not a title, but a vow, that Miquella was not a prize to be shared, but a person to be freed. His vision of a family was a cage of shared madness. Her love demanded his liberation, not his corruption. Finally, she spoke. Her voice was the same dry rustle, but it cut through the rhythmic heartbeat like a scalpel. You have something that is not yours. She took a step forward. You will put it down. Moog's face settled into a mask of regal disappointment. So be it. The mother welcomes all offerings, even those of stubborn kin. He raised his spear, the trident of blood. The droplets falling from its tip suddenly reversed their flow, rising upward, joining with the charged air. The heartbeat intensified, the pounding now a physical pressure that made the stone beneath their feet tremble. The tendrils around the cocoon pulsed with a sickly light, and Miquella's gentle glow flickered, dimmed by a wave of crimson shadow. Malenia did not signal her knights. They knew their role. This was not their fight. This was a duel of demigods, of outer vessels. They formed a perimeter, facing outward, guarding the staircase and the edges of the platform against any interference, their backs to the coming cataclysm. They were the wall that would let the blade do its work. Moog moved first. He did not charge. He gestured with his free hand, and the very air between them erupted. Geysers of searing, magical blood burst from the stone in a line aimed at her, each one exploding with the force of a cannon shot. Malenia was already a blur of motion, not backward, but forward and to the side, weaving through the explosions. Chunks of stone rained down, and the platform shook. She closed the distance with terrifying speed, her golden blade aiming for his midsection. He parried with the haft of his spear, the impact ringing out like a struck bell, sending a shockwave through the air. The force of the block would have shattered the bones of a normal warrior, but her prosthetic arm absorbed it, the joints whirring softly. She used the rebound to spin, her other arm lashing out in a slash at his wing. He beat the wing not to evade, but to strike. The leathern membrane, harder than steel, met her blade with a screech, deflecting it and sending a numbing vibration up her arm. He followed with a thrust of the trident, the 3 points weeping trails of fire. She bent backwards, her spine a perfect arc, the fiery tips passing inches above her face, the heat blistering the air. She kicked off the ground from her bent position, flipping backward to gain space. The fight had none of the measured, tragic grandeur of her battle with Radon. This was intimate, vicious, and steeped in a profound, mutual loathing. Radon had been a force of nature, a glorious obstacle. Moog was a defiler, a poisoner of dreams. Every exchange was charged with that spiritual hatred. Moog's style was not one of brute strength, but of cruel, ritualistic precision. He fought like a high priest conducting a sacrifice, his movements laden with symbolic weight. He would carve sigils in the air with his spear, which then hung, burning, before launching at her as homing projectiles of cursed blood. He would stomp the ground, causing the blood-soaked stone to become briefly soft and grasping, trying to pull her down. He used his wings not just for defense, but for sudden, brutal sweeps that could crush stone. Malenia adapted. She became pure reaction, a being of light and cutting edges. She could not use the wide, sweeping motions of the waterfall dance here. The platform, though large, was constrained, and Moog's magic filled the space with deadly hazards. Instead, she fought with a piercing, relentless focus. She darted in, a series of blinding thrusts aimed at the joints of his armor, at the base of his wings, at his eyes. She would deflect his spear not with brute force, but with precise, glancing parries that redirected its immense power harmlessly aside, using his own momentum against him. She moved like water around a burning rock, flowing, evading, seeking the crack. But Moog was protected by more than armor. The formless mother's power was a palpable aura. Wounds that did land did not bleed normally. They wept that same glowing, magical blood that quickly sealed, the flesh knitting itself back together under a glaze of crimson power. He was being sustained, healed, empowered by the very realm they stood in. The lake below, the palace around them, the air they breathed, it was all an extension of his god's will. He was not just a warrior, he was a node in a living network of blood. Malenia felt the disadvantage keenly. Her own power was internal, a contained catastrophe. The rot was a reservoir, but to tap it was to risk everything. The unalloyed gold needle was a constant, cool ache in her flesh, a reminder of the principle she fought for. To bloom here would be to drown Miquella's fragile light in a tide of her own decay, to perhaps damage the cocoon itself. She had to win as the blade, but the blade was finding no purchase on this regenerating, divinely backed foe. Moog sensed her frustration. "You see," he boomed, parrying a flurry of her strikes with a shield of congealed blood that sprouted from his free arm. "You fight against the inevitable. Your strength is that of a lone flower in a desert. Mine is the strength of the aquifer. I am fed by the sorrow of the omens, by the prayers of the faithful, by the very heart of the mother. You are alone." He launched into a new onslaught. He began to chant, low and guttural. The air thickened. Spectral, blood-red apparitions, echoes of his fervent worshippers, flickered into being around the platform, their hands outstretched, adding their silent prayers to his power. The tendrils on the cocoon throbbed violently, and Miquella's light dimmed further, almost to a whisper. Moog's own form seemed to grow, his wings stretching wider, his armor glowing with an inner fire. He became less a physical being and more an avatar of the place itself. His spear moves became faster, heavier, each strike accompanied by phantom screams and the scent of scorched copper. Malenia was forced onto the defensive. She parried, dodged, and weaved, but the space to maneuver was shrinking. A grazing blow from the trident's fiery tail seared across her shoulder, burning through linen and flesh. The pain was sharp, clean. The rot within her surged towards the injury, not to heal, but to claim it, to transform the burned tissue into something else. She forced it back, an internal struggle on top of the external one. Another near miss, a geyser of blood that erupted at her feet, sent her stumbling. Her rhythm was breaking. From the perimeter, Finlay watched, her knuckles white on her spear. The knights held their line, but their tension was a live wire. They could see their commander being pushed, cornered by a power that seemed to have no end. Malenia's mind, even in the storm of combat, was coldly clear. She could not outlast him. Not here. His connection to this place was too deep. To win, she had to sever that connection. She had to strike not at Moog, but at his sacrament, at the altar, at the vile symbiosis he had created between the cocoon and his blood. It was a risk of unimaginable magnitude. To attack the altar was to risk harming Miquella directly. But to do nothing was to watch him be slowly consumed. It was a choice between a potential, immediate injury and a certain, slow corruption. Her love, in that instant, became a surgical instrument. It demanded the brave cut, not the futile shield. She feigned a deeper retreat, drawing Moog towards one edge of the platform. He pressed his advantage, a triumphant light in his eyes. He raised his spear high for a final, ceremonial thrust, calling upon the full power of the mother. The phantom worshippers wailed. The heartbeat reached a crescendo, and Malenia moved. Not away, but through. She didn't try to evade the spear. She dropped, letting it pass over her, the fiery wake scorching the air above her back. At the same time, she channeled all her strength, all her will, into her legs. The golden prosthetics, crafted by Miquella's own genius, unleashed their full potential. She became a projectile, not leaping at Moog, but past him, in a diagonal line that bypassed his guard entirely. She was a streak of gold aimed at the base of the black marble altar. Moog realized her intent a fraction of a second too late. He roared, not in anger, but in sheer, outraged horror. No, her blade, held before her like a lance's point, struck the point where the largest of the blood tendrils burrowed into the altar stone. She struck not with the sharpness of a cut, but with the focused, shattering force of a meteor. The unalloyed gold, the metal of repulsion, of purity, met the blasphemous, coagulated magic of the formless mother. The impact was silent for a heartbeat, then light and sound erupted. A shockwave of conflicting energies, gold and scarlet, exploded outward. The altar cracked with a sound like a mountain splitting. The pulsing blood tendrils shattered, dissolving into foul smoke and spattering, inert fluid. The phantom worshippers screamed and vanished. The relentless heartbeat stuttered, skipped, and then resumed, but now it was ragged, pained. The cocoon, freed from the invasive tendrils, blazed forth with a sudden, brilliant pulse of silver-gold light, so pure it washed the crimson hue from the air for a moment. A faint, distressed sigh seemed to emanate from within it, the sound of a sleeper feeling a sharp pain. Moog staggered as if struck himself. The connection had been damaged. The constant flow of power from his realm into him was disrupted. The glow of his armor dimmed. The regal certainty on his face shattered into raw, unmasked fury. The theft of his sacrament was a wound deeper than any physical blow. Malenia landed in a crouch beside the cracked altar, one hand resting on the warm marble near the cocoon. She could feel Miquella's presence, still faint, still sleeping, but no longer under that smothering, rhythmic pressure. The immediate violation had been stopped, but the cost was written in the new hairline fracture that now ran up the side of the pale cocoon. A physical wound on a sacred object, a price paid for his salvation. She looked from the crack to Moog. His fury had transformed him. The regal avatar was gone, replaced by something primal, betrayed, and utterly vicious. The wings mantled around him like a cloak of rage. The spear in his hand dripped not with sacred offering, but with promise of murder. "You defile," he hissed, the words barely coherent. "You would break him to keep him from me. Your love is a selfish, destructive thing." He did not charge. He began to change. The blood from the lake far below seemed to respond to his fury. A mist of it rose, swirling up the spire, drawn to him. It coated his wings, his armor, his spear, thickening, hardening. He grew larger, his form becoming less distinct, more monstrous. A towering, winged silhouette of clotted blood and dark fury, with 3 burning, hateful eyes where his face had been. This was no longer Moog, the Lord of Blood, aspiring dynast. This was Moog, the vessel of the formless mother's wrath. This was the outer god's response to the violation of its ritual. The platform itself began to dissolve at the edges, melting into the rising blood mist. The solid stone became a swirling, unstable morass of blood and magic. The clean-wrought knights were forced to retreat back to the staircase entrance. The the ground beneath their feet liquefying. Only the immediate area around the cracked altar remained solid, an island in a rising sea of crimson chaos. Malenia rose to her feet, standing between the altar and the advancing blood golem. The rot within her was screaming now. It sensed a kindred rival power. It sensed an opportunity. The whispers were a raw, "He is become a god of blood. You must become the goddess of rot. Only like can fight like. Unleash us. Let us bloom in this sea of blood. Let us show this pretender the true meaning of transformation." She looked at the cocoon, at the new crack. She had already chosen the brave cut over the slow death. Now, she faced a choice between two kinds of destruction. To fight this ascended Moog as the blade alone was likely suicide. And if she fell, Miquella would be left utterly defenseless. But to become the goddess, to bloom fully, here, in this confined space, atop the cocoon, the release of that power could shatter the altar, could rupture the cocoon entirely, could drown Miquella's essence in her own catastrophic decay. It might kill Moog, it might also kill her brother. But there was a third terrible calculus. If she did nothing, Moog would reclaim the cocoon, and the corruption would resume, deeper and more complete after this setback. He would never allow such an interruption again. Miquella would be lost forever to the dynasty of blood. Her love, in its final, most desperate iteration, made the choice. It was not a choice to surrender to the rot, but to use it. To weaponize the very thing she had spent a lifetime containing. To aim its cataclysmic power with the precision of a surgeon's laser. To burn away the blood golem while shielding the cocoon with her own body, with the last fragments of her will. It was the ultimate sacrifice, to become the thing she hated to save the person she loved, and to hope that in the heart of the bloom, a sliver of the blade's intent could survive to direct the fury. She turned her back on the advancing monstrosity. She faced the cocoon. She placed her golden hands gently on its warm, cracked surface. She closed her eyes. "Forgive me, brother," she whispered, the words lost in the howl of the blood storm. Then she turned inward. Not to resist the rot, but to open the floodgates. Not in the wild, desperate release of seaweed, but with a focused, terrible purpose. She concentrated on the unalloyed gold needle, not to bypass it, but to invert its function. Instead of repelling the outer god's influence, she would use its perfect geometry as a lens, a focusing array, to channel that power in a single, directed burst. She would make the needle a lightning rod for the goddess, and she would aim the lightning. The transformation began. It was slower than in seaweed, more controlled, and infinitely more painful. Because she was not letting go, she was steering. Her body arched backwards. The golden prosthetics glowed, not with reflected light, but from within as the scarlet energy suffused them, turning them the color of heated garnet. Flowers erupted from her, not the great, fleshy petals of before, but thousands of tiny, razor-sharp blossoms of crystalline rot, growing from every seam, every pore, forming a scintillating, deadly carapace around her. The air filled with the sound of a million tiny chimes, the scent of overripe nectar and ozone. At her core, the colossal flower began to form, but its growth was contained, directed by her will, its petals like shields folding around her focus, the altar. Moog, the blood golem, loomed over her, a tidal wave of clotting rage. He raised a fist the size of a boulder, made of solidified suffering, to smash her and the altar into nothing. Malenia opened her eyes. They were no longer the color of misty twilight. They were pools of absolute, vibrant scarlet, glowing with the light of the inner bloom. She looked at Moog, and there was no hatred in that gaze, only a terrible, focused certainty. She did not speak, she unfolded. The scarlet bloom that erupted from the pinnacle of Mogwin Palace was not a wave, but a beam. A concentrated, vertical pillar of scintillating, destructive beauty. It did not expand outward to consume the cavern. It shot upward, a geyser of pure, transformative decay, aimed with the unerring precision of a vow. Malenia's body was the crucible, her will the mold. She had turned the outer god's boundless, chaotic urge to proliferate into a weapon of singular intent. The beam, a swirling helix of scarlet light and phantom petals, struck the descending blood golem not as an explosion, but as a drill of absolute negation. Where it touched, the coagulated magic of the formless mother did not burn or melt, it unraveled. The carefully constructed form of hatred and devotion came apart at a fundamental level. The blood ceased to be sacred symbol and became mere fluid, then mist, then nothing. The dark, empowered flesh beneath dissolved into fertile spores that immediately withered in the intense, concentrated energy of the beam. Moog's roar of fury became a shriek of existential dissolution, not of pain, but of unbecoming. The three burning eyes winked out one by one. The great wings frayed into tatters of useless membrane. The towering silhouette imploded inward, collapsing into a vortex of shimmering dust that was sucked into the heart of the scarlet pillar and annihilated. The connection was not severed, it was erased. The vessel of wrath was unmade by a power that operated on a deeper, more final principle, not domination, but conversion into nothingness. The beam persisted for only a few seconds, but in that time, it etched itself into the vision of all who witnessed it. It was a line drawn between heaven and hell, a stitch of rot sewing the cavern's roof to its floor. Then, with a sound like a vast, distant sigh, it collapsed. The energy retracted, pulling back into Malenia's form with a force that seemed to suck the warmth from the air. The thousands of crystalline blossoms on her body turned gray and crumbled to ash, drifting away on suddenly chill currents. The great inner flower at her core withered in upon itself, its vibrant petals blackening, curling, dissolving until only a faint, scarlet ember glowed within her chest before that too faded. She did not fall. She remained standing, her back to the altar, her golden prosthetics now dull and scorched, their fine filigree blackened. The unalloyed gold needle in her flesh was a point of ice-gold agony, a frozen star in a landscape of ash. She had used it, violated its purpose, and it had held, but at a cost. The metaphysical dam was not just breached now, it was shattered. The rot was no longer a separate entity whispering in her veins. It was the ocean, and she was a sinking ship. Her consciousness was a flickering lantern on a vast, dark sea. She could feel the goddess, not as an external pressure, but as the new tide of her own being, waiting to rise and claim the last dry decks of her mind. But she had held the shape. She had directed the blast. The altar behind her and the cocoon upon it were untouched by the bloom. The beam had been so perfectly vertical, so fiercely contained by her will, that not a single petal of decay had brushed the pale bark. Even the crack she had made earlier was unchanged. Miquella's gentle, silver-gold glow pulsed weakly, steadily within. He was safe. For now, the silence that followed was absolute. The heartbeat of the realm was gone. The lake of blood below had stilled, its surface losing its glossy, magical sheen, becoming merely a vast, stagnant pool. The fiery sconces in the palace sputtered and died. The crimson light faded, leaving the cavern in a darkness broken only by the faint, natural bioluminescence of distant lichen and the soft radiance of the cocoon. Mogwin Palace was dead. Its lord was unmade. Its dream of dynasty was dust. Finlay was the first to move. She left her post at the staircase and crossed the now stable platform, her boots crunching on the gray, ashen residue of the bloom. The other knights followed, forming a loose circle around the altar and their commander. They said nothing. Their eyes, visible in the dim light, held no triumph, only a deep, solemn awe and a dawning grief. Malenia slowly turned to face the cocoon. The movement was stiff, mechanical, as if her prosthetics were rusted shut. She reached out a hand, the gold fingers trembling slightly. She touched the bark near the crack. It was warm. The same warmth she had felt for countless years in the hot chamber of the Haligtree. A warmth that spoke of growth, of patience, of a mind dreaming of a kinder world. A single, clear tear traced a path through the ash and dried blood on her cheek. It was the last tear of Malenia, blade of Miquella. The woman who had fought with grace, who had loved with a quiet, fierce purity, who had defined herself as a weapon in service of a dream. That woman was still there, but she was buried under layers of exhaustion and a rising, alien tide. She could not stay here. This place was a tomb, and the air was thick with the ghosts of a dead god's ambition. And she was a danger. The rot was quiet now, stunned by the expenditure, but she could feel it gathering itself in the depths of her spirit. The next time it rose, she might not be able to aim it. The next time, she might simply bloom. And that bloom would not be a beam, it would be an explosion. It would consume the cocoon, the nights, everything. She had bought time with her sacrifice, but she had also become the greatest threat to the very thing she had saved. She took her hand from the cocoon and turned to Finlay. Her voice, when it came, was a dry, papery rustle, almost unrecognizable. Take him, take the cocoon, back to the Haligtree, use every night. Carry him as you carried me from Sealead. Do not stop, do not look back. Finlay's face beneath her helm was a mask of anguish. "My lady, I cannot go with you," Malenia said, the words final as a falling stone. "The journey you must make requires a steady hand. Mine trembles. The Haligtree is his place. It must be made whole again. You must plant him back in the sacred earth among the roots. His dream must continue." She looked at the knights, her mist-scarlet eyes moving from one loyal face to another. "You are the Cleanrot Knights. You were born of a vow to protect. That vow remains. Your lord," she gestured to the cocoon, "sleeps. Your duty is to see him home, to guard his dream in my stead." She was passing the torch. She was severing herself from the purpose that had defined her. It was the last, most terrible act of the blade. To sheathe itself forever, so that the hand that once wielded it could be safe. Finlay swallowed hard, then straightened. She slammed her fist against her chest plate in a salute that echoed in the dead cavern. One by one, every other knight did the same, the sound a rolling, solemn thunder of finality. They worked quickly, with a reverent efficiency. Using their cloaks and spear hafts, they fashioned a sturdy litter. With immense care, they lifted the cocoon from the cracked altar. It was lighter than they expected, as if it were filled with thistledown and hope. They secured it to the litter, ensuring it would not shift or be jostled. The soft glow illuminated their ash-stained armor with a gentle light. Malenia watched, a statue of quiet ruin. When they were ready, Finlay approached her one last time. The knight did not speak. She simply knelt, head bowed, before her commander, her goddess, her cursed charge. Malenia reached out and placed her scorched golden hand on Finlay's helm. A faint, sad smile touched her lips, a ghost of the woman she had been. "Thank you," she whispered. Then she turned and walked away toward the far edge of the platform, away from the staircase, away from her knights and her brother. She stood at the precipice, looking out over the vast, dark lake and the dead palace. The wind that rose from the depths was cold, and it carried the scent of dust and forgotten things. She heard the sounds behind her, the soft scuff of boots, the gentle rustle of the litter being lifted, the retreating footsteps of the Cleanrot Knights as they began their long, solemn ascent back to the world of light and snow, bearing their sleeping hope home. She did not turn to watch them go. To see the glow of the cocoon recede would have been a pain greater than any the rot could inflict. When the last echo of their passage had faded, she was alone. Truly alone, for the first time since she and Miquella had been children in the gilded shadows of Lanedell. The silence was complete. It was the silence of a finished story. But her own story was not finished. It had merely changed its nature. She was no longer the blade of Miquella. That chapter was closed, written in blood and bloom and sacrifice. What was left was Malenia, the vessel, the host of the Scarlet Rot, the goddess in waiting. The power she had channeled and contained for a lifetime was now the core of her being. She could feel it, a vast, patient intelligence sleeping within the ruin of her body, dreaming its dreams of universal decay. It was not her enemy anymore. It was her fate. And yet, Even now, a spark of the old will remain, a final, stubborn ember of the blade. It told her she could not stay here in this dead place, nor could she return to the Haligtree where her very presence was a threat. Nor could she wander the lands between, a walking apocalypse waiting to happen. There was only one path that made sense, a path that echoed Miquella's own great sacrifice, a path of isolation, of containment. She would find a place far from any living thing, a barren, forgotten corner of the world where the sky was empty and the earth was cold. And there she would embed herself. She would offer her body not as a seed for a tree of sanctuary, but as a prison for a god of decay. She would become a monument to her own failure and her lost success, a warning and a tomb. She would sit upon a lonely throne of stone in a chamber of her own making, and she would hold the line not against external enemies, but against the final, inner surrender. She would wait in a stillness deeper than the Haligtree's vigil, until time itself wore her away, or until the rot finally, completely won. It would be a lonely, epic struggle, unseen by any, a war fought in the silent halls of her own soul. But it would keep the world safe from the goddess. It was the last service the blade could render. She took a deep breath of the stale, cold air. Then, without a backward glance, she stepped off the platform. But she did not fall. Her golden wings, fashioned by Miquella's genius and now scarred by her own power, unfolded from her back. They were not for graceful flight, but for a slow, solemn descent. She glided down, past the silent spires of the dead palace, over the still lake of blood, and into a lower tunnel she had noted during her ascent. A tunnel that led not up to the world, but sideways into deeper, older darkness, toward the roots of the world, where even the formless mother's influence had not reached. Her journey inward had begun as a quest for reclamation. It ended as a journey into exile. The blade was sheathed, not in a silken scabbard, but in the cold, deep stone of the earth. And there, in the eternal dark, the legend of Malenia, goddess of rot, would slowly ferment. A tale told in whispers by those who remember the scent of flowers and the sting of a blade. A story that ends not with a victory, but with a long, slow, and beautiful decay. And if you find solace in such tales, in the quiet echoes of will and sacrifice that linger in the stillness, know that there are always more stories waiting in the deep places of the night, ready to be unfurled like petals for those who listen. You are always welcome to return, to wander these whispered paths whenever the world grows hushed, and your thoughts turn to distant, golden shadows and the soft, relentless pull of the tide.